I realized that I hadn't set up YouTube to connect to the right source and all, so I had to nix things after a second. At least I caught that out early. Oh, whatever. So, let's see. Check this here. I would say... going on here. That's right, I did have to reconnect and make up for checking. Okay. And... Ah, there were some issues with Temple of Space. Good thing I did not do that yet. Okay. So... that is not something I'll be doing right now. Well, to be fair, you need to get a few more artifacts from it. That said, I'm not expecting to get all that much. I mean, the main thing is just more crit feathers and flowers. As of right now, the other thing is that, you know, hard and below Moon Gecko, honest to goodness. You know, on menacing, that's the big thing. Yeah, menacing Moon Gecko. Let me see. And below is honestly rougher. I mean, hard and below, right? Because it's by Radiant Cocoon. Because the main thing is that I know that at the end of its vulnerability period, you know, if it... right. Yeah, hard and below, they use Radiant Cocoon right at the start, which is actually much, much worse. Arguably in terms of damage, though to be fair, the reduction in damage percent bonus is arguably... yeah, it's interesting. Arguably kind of a shill for lunar reactions, because damage percent does not matter for lunar. Let me check one more quick thing. Yeah, so that's what we need to do Hera instead. And it's really not going to be much trouble at all. Okay. Because of course we have this team. Let me check some things here real quick. And actually realize I want to fix in the background something about some of the write-ups I did before I forget, because in particular I made this silly mistake of, I got confused on what was, what difficulty had which name, because it's all normal on harder below, it's menacing. I forgot that menacing existed, which was silly. But what are you gonna do? Okay. Cool. And now that that's done, get back to the actual business. Okay. Let's run the Hera, because I don't want to get moon cocooned. All we have to do is get over here, put everyone on field, and then see if I can just hit a few more times. Very exciting. Cool. I do wonder whether running it with Linnea's big hit might be better, and that's just not. None of this is good. All this is total garbage, which is okay, I guess, in terms of trying to go for the feathers specifically, but besides that, who knows? Alright, let's just try this. And, you know, at this, bow down, it's making a bit of a difference. But, takes a little bit of additional time on the field to get Linnea out. Okay. So as of right now, this is all just going to Mika's artifacts. Sure. And energy recharge. It is honestly quite wild that we're not getting new Hexray buffs. Next patch, and that the one thing we were maybe getting, which was, oh, Diona Kit update is not happening either. That's one. I guess I double crit Dendra with EM is maybe decent. It's not an especially good HP Goblet, and nobody who uses Rising Winds, because that's an attack-based set, needs that either. But that's actually a pretty darn good Dendra Goblet. Guess I could keep that around for if I want to really change someone's artifacts eventually. Question is whom. I guess we missed that trick. Just takes 2 Spirit Seed strides, takes about half a rotation. Okay. Just run this out real quick, and then... I mean, there are the troves that I need to collect too, which is interesting. This may be one of those days where I clear out the old... And... that's not very good. Or I do some strong boxing, honestly. But I'll be able to get to feather level by Tuesday next week, so I think that's what I'll do. Oh, the endgame modes that are currently queued up because of the fact that all of, you know, farmed as much albait as I'm particularly interested in farming. Okay, right. And question is, of course, what I will and can get rid of. Last time I was leveling a Viridescent set for Sayu. That's right. And it's got 1 crit stat. Ugh. Rising Winds has been so atrociously bad for me in terms of rolls that I may legitimately end up strong boxing a feather or a flower, or maybe even using an off-piece for that set. As silly and stupid as that would be. Okay. And... cool. But of course, we need to level him, really. And also, I mean, we can get more wolf hooks if that's needed, but it's not that I'm really in a position where I have to level him right now anyway. And we're very close to that con. That's soon. Let's go over here. So there's really basically nothing left in Northern Nodcry now. I mean, we'll go over and through, but basically just the few camps as well as well, that's right. Should I? Glide it down from over here to start things off. Most likely. Hi. We did manage to avoid that successfully. Thank goodness. Okay. And 4. And intercept charge. Nice. Was not expecting the gravity interference to hit like that, but hey, I'll take it. Okay. Thank you. Now, get these guys over here. Okay. We can always use the quills without worry of depleting our narrow energy reserves. Bean is always where it's rough, because she does not front load particle gens at all. Okay. Let's just break right through. Nice. Yep, you can hit behind that shield. Okay. And beach and that over there. You know, I do appreciate that how good this team is at just brute forcing encounters. Because I've tried this team against a number of local legends that aren't even especially suited for it. Bronze Lock, I guess, kind of works in that sense, in that I've been able to one-cycle it, one-rotation it, you know, by dealing enough damage before it's even able to get out its, elemental absorption. The big thing is, honestly, Hiljetta. Been fighting Hiljetta with this team for fun. Yeah, which totally ignores both the Overload and Frozen gimmick variants of the fight. Whereas, to be fair, a lot of it is that you can use Kuraki Moon Power to absorb, well, to move a crate and block her first armor piece, and since the first time around in the Overworld version she only makes the one. Okay. You can totally block and just have that completely wasted. And then, if you've got a good enough team, you can crank out enough damage to totally eliminate her before the second round rolls around. But other than that, use this team on Mandragora. It's got some AoE, which is nice. I mean, you can also deal enough damage that it, you know, hardly even gets to its Spore Bloom phase at all. And the one that I haven't been able to brute force yet, honestly, has been the Lone Wolf. Though, to be fair, a lot of that is because I'm not used to, using Linnea for healing. Linnea's burst at all. If I did... And I'm also just not really keen for dodging the Shibai because of the fact that she loses that final, fourth Winter Crystallized hit. Well, technically fifth hit, but it's really fourth portion of the combo. Let's keep going. Let's see over here. But I'm definitely going to have to go and clear out the inventory. Now, last time, I made that Mandragora sculpture in Nicole's garden. And it does appear that the sculpting there is entirely complete, even though she has... Oh, goodness. Even though there are still some completely unoccupied pedestals, which makes sense, given that we only took pictures of the squirrel, the finch, and the Mandragora during her meeting point intro quest, but it's still more than a little saddening to me in the specific sense that also Tolfin is over there. We could speak to him, especially now that we've done the quests here, and he should be able to discuss some new things, new topics of conversation, perhaps. I am probably going to need to do some mining soon. Okay. Let's go here. And it's a little more precise. Okay. All we gotta do is just shoot an arrow at these rocks. Great stuff. And I don't think that will quite do it. No, it won't. Okay. I'm just trying to satisfy that. This is where we go. Thank you. Got a great AoE to it. Okay. Well, on that note, let's go over to Not Cry again and do what we came here to do. Depending on how long it takes, I'll probably do a bit more TCG. Okay. And... bit around here already. It's this a ways. Okay. Take out the compass. And oh, there are a number of more rocks around here, it seems, around the pillar. But everything in the area is now visible. Okay. Should also... It's a shame that the markers go away. Well, whatever. Isalias are needed by... I believe it's Prune, actually. You know, the really funny thing is that Prune is apparently actually from Nodcry. You know, and was lured over by Nicole stealing her pet turtle. Okay. Let's see what I missed and see how embarrassing it is. Oh, it was tucked away in here. Well, there you go. Source Amora. One directly north, one directly south, and then one on this ledge. Okay. May as well get the seeds, and then we just go due south. Or try to. Okay. It is honestly kind of wild that you do have to have the dispensary actively equipped to collect seeds. It's not something that's just toggled on by having the dispensary. Which, I mean, I wouldn't even call that balance in any real sense. It's just a bother. So actually, let's fight you real quick, just to show off how well this team works against it. Oh, I did not mean to catch that rhino. There you go. And we already caught one. There is a limit per week, probably around 10. Like the Waka Murasaki nets, but I have not yet found it myself. Well, let's fight you. This is how it's gonna be. And let's iframe that. And how did that fail to connect for Oluga? That is, frankly, rather bizarre. Well, thought we'd be able to stand in the way of that, but I guess not. The ability to get around the shred is also fantastic. Okay. Clearly did not stay out of the way of that well enough. Okay. Thank you. You're gonna score Bloom. Let's wait for you to. And just use the Jade Light Canopy for that. Cool. And of course, as if they were scuffily handling this boss. But that's fine too. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we actually managed. Totally wrong team for this, but hey, whatever works. It's called brute force. And you dropped a single feather. Okay. You know, never would I really think that Zeebine's AoE would be of particular utility, honestly, considering how the Spirit Steed Strides are some of the most short-range and strictly single-target attacks, but there you go. She can brute force Mandragora. This is what happens when you're running the strongest team in the game. Okay. I mean, this is kind of valid for exploration of the area. Who's stopping me? It's a little bit more over that way. Let's see. But it's not letting us inside. Guess we have to jump up, but where is... I don't see anything popping up under Elemental Sight. Oh, I just got a hilarious, stupid idea. Because I haven't tried sending a Sloth Sheep into one of the flowers. I think that might be it. So if we send this in here, it does shoot the fruit upward. So what does happen if I do that with a Sloth Sheep? Is there's no layer. Nothing else I can really think of that might be... Does that not work? I guess that doesn't work. Okay. Let's just try this. Come on. are being oddly... Doesn't seem like we can move it upward. So, legitimately, what is going on here? What do we need to do to... The subterranean map does not go here at all. Whatever this is, it's presumably... Do we need to bring another slosh sheep here? I wouldn't... Oh no, I'm That's all it was. Okay. There you go. I was just trying to look for the bottom of the flagpole rather than the center of the icon. So that's the main thing. We have to go for the center of the icon. You know what? Let's catch a spur. Come along, little one. Crowned eagle. Crowned eagle. Cronwood. A sharp-eyed eagle whose noble crown further enhances its regal bearing. The crowned eagle excels at circling high above its prey. Due to its strong build and wide wingspan, its dive attacks are particularly lethal. In the realm within, where food is plentiful, it rarely hunts. However, it still frequently circles high in the skies to show off its beautiful crest. For some reason, even after coming to the realm within, certain creatures have retained the unique appearances that were previously formed under the influence of moon power. Okay. We can't catch a mandragora. I don't believe. Let us catch a lightkeeper. Let's not miss. Okay, whatever. And over here, as long as we don't actually hit it with the attack proper, it's not going to start a fight. Wow. Guess it was just a little farther away than it looked. And that is primarily in the Afterglow Cavern. Right. Around this way, down by Hiljetta's whereabouts. It is a shame that we missed that. Oh, one-time only dialogue there, but what are you gonna do? Cry. Okay. Afterglow Cavern is there. We can fight the moon gecko since it's in the area, I guess. Okay. All these lanterns serving no particular purpose at the moment. More burbs. Actually, I don't believe we have you. Got a cinder-necked stork. Apparently, this does not count towards the achievement for using the omni-ubiquity nets to capture animals. Bird with an elegant gait, its golden gray feathers accentuate its slender, graceful silhouette. Due to its elegant bearing, some creatures would deliberately provoke it just to watch its defensive warning display, which resembles a dance. Naturally, this behavior is now strictly prohibited by Tubby, and then that last part is the same as the others. Okay. You know, now that I actually need ore, I should probably start actually farming wood. The reason why is that I didn't have one yet, and I wanted to collect one. That's all. Nothing more complicated. But, hello, nice to see you. I was able to brute force the Mandragora with this Zebai team. I mean, this is legitimately disgusting. In terms of what it can bypass, and in terms of being just a team that is not reliant on reactions, or... I don't think so. I caught an eagle a little bit before that was probably a little bigger than that, honestly. It's a clue, which means... Yeah, one of these guys. Actually, they're about the same size, I'd say. So this is not a challenge proper. This will... One of these moon lanes, and that's an Oculus, at least. We did not get that one. That was silly. Come on. Would they have let us get the chest after missing that one and that one alone? Good question. Bottoms up. They're encouraging alcoholism. Oh, interesting. What teams are you using? Where are you currently stuck, if anywhere? I saw someone do a very amusing clear of, and there's a rock, of the moon gecko using Columbina, Iluga, and Linnea all very leveled, and then a level 1 Zebai. Just using Linnea's own damage. Okay, let's try this here. Okay, okay. And are you doing it on Fearless, Dire, Menacing? Let's see, we should have enough juice in us to... Yep, that was enough flat energy restoration. So that crate will block the first piece of armor, and we can just brute force Iljetta like this. Exciting. Okay. There. 1, 2, 3. Or she does have a pretty big resistance increase. First one there, and let's keep going. Okay, go ahead, hit me. 1, 2, 3. She's doing more. Let's just make sure we go for everything. And she is going to get an armor piece off. That's fine. Okay. We are just going to dodge. Well, alright. That's fine. It is nice that subsequent hits don't deal as much damage. That was not as clean as I would have liked, but yeah, you can just brute force this thing. Yeah, oh, that's how it was for me with Flynn's on Raskolnikov on Dire. The one boss that I've ever beaten on Dire was Raskolnikov using the Flynn's team, because it is just such a hilariously specific Flynn shill that I was, for Lunar Charge specifically, that I was able to do it with, just him, and Sucrose and Aino. Didn't even need Bina, and, he's one of the first characters I built in Nodcry. He does not have a particularly impressive artifact set. It's not bad, but it's not one that I've put as much investment into as some of the others, but just that good. Okay, and go ahead, pick this up yourself. I mean, we don't need to... Oh, that's right. This is one of the ones where more show up afterwards. What did Varka even do? Well, whatever. And there we go. Switch back. When's I know? Oh, okay. Yeah, without enough, that's going to be a good deal rougher, unfortunately. There's not going to be anything in here, but let's poke back through for the sake of it. It's... you could technically climb back out of here. It would just be really, really inconvenient. So I was going to say, I don't enjoy how many areas are purely instance now. But this is an instance, it's just torture to climb out of. Okay. I'm kind of sad that there was nothing specifically acknowledging the fact that we got the key and then broke down the door anyway. Oh, are you using Benefa wheelchair for that one? Okay, fair. I guess it's kind of an open question of whether the Moon Gecko or the Skirk Cryo Machine is a worse shill. But I think the difference, I'd suppose, might be in that a lot more people probably went for Skirk than Zebai. So something being a Skirk shill feels a lot better than being a Zebai shill. And be fair, and we can never ever go in here, huh? Even though this does show up under Elemental Sight. I imagine someone's clipped in, but there's just nothing to it. Interesting. I mean, I guess you could say that Ayaka kind of works for the cryo mechanism, but you're gonna have a terrible time getting her burst up, starting at 0 energy. I mean, people have done it with solo High Constellation or Thesly, which is very funny to me. But other than that, it's quite silly. Yeah, Miss Alia. The second Reed Miller. Yeah, most people don't know this, but Reed Miller was a woman. But actually... Oh, okay. Because there's really no way around it. And I would suppose that the worst part of it is that it's, you know, kind of specifically showing arguably Linnea specifically. Because, you know, what are your other geo-healing options? You know, Noelle or Goro. And to be fair, Noelle is not bad and can work as a good lunar crystallized driver, but, you know, that's kind of coping, and you'd still be using lunar anyway. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Moongecko, because, I mean, I've got the team for it right now, but that doesn't mean... I'm still kind of... Not just kind... I'm still pretty worried, frankly. Okay. It is interesting that Hilljetta does specifically idolize Aurelian when he was arguably kind of the least successful Reed Miller. Or at least the least influential. That sounds painful. I'd advise against that. But, oh, other question is, have you seen the details of next patch's new weekly boss? It's interesting. I will say that the animations seem a little lackluster at this point. Though, to be fair, apparently it's gonna have the ability to summon previous weekly bosses, or at least that's what people are saying. The big thing, though, is that... Okay, do you know who it is? Do you mind knowing who it is? Okay. Let's take you down. May as well use this. And you didn't even get to be Gloomveil. That was maybe a bit excessive. Okay. Let me see, and... It's okay to say that you mind spoilers. Okay, oh, okay. Well, it is literally Dottore 2. It is Data Dottore, because, you know, the burning of Irminsul that we saw in the pre-Sumeru trailer back in the Inazuma patch cycle is actually happening now. So this is Dottore having, you know, infiltrated Irminsul, become pure data. And the main thing is, I will say that based on what we've seen so far, the animations are frankly a little less interesting and impressive compared to the ones for Heretic of the False Moon. Is that the leitmotif in Sumeru Archon Quest, when you first meet Dottore, was not in Heretic of the False Moon's boss theme. But notably, it is in the intro to Data Dottore's boss theme. It's one that goes like... Do, 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 which was not in his Heretic of the False Moon boss track, even though that one is fantastic, and I may never get over in a good way the fact that they synced up the beat drop in the song to when he does his big explosion to start the fight. That is still incredible, but you know, they have a bit of a counter melody, sort of referencing his original leitmotif. But, you know, it kind of makes sense, because this is the real Dottore battle. You know, the ultimate Dottore battle where, you know, maybe, presumably, he actually dies? Who knows? But I'm glad that they actually reused the leitmotif, because nothing is better than a leitmotif. Okay. Yeah, exactly! You know, the guy who fights Dottore 500 times a day must be really happy. Okay. And I guess we have to drain it all now. Alright. Wasted too much time. Feels wrong to have anything other than 3 or 0. Verdant dues, frankly. And we gotta reclaim it. There we go. Should be all. Understandable. One for every year since the Cataclysm. Oh. Something justice for Kali. Okay. Well, let's unlock this trove. Will this put us at 100? Offerings to the night, Moonlit Isles. Okay. It's a stupidly tiny area, huh? Yeah, that'll do it. Unlock all the seals on the Moon Spirit's hidden troves in the following areas in Nograi, Voidsea, Outlook, Weep, Tisha Plate, and Asheville Peak, offerings to the night, Moonlit Isles. Again, the fact that we got 3 Shrines of Depths does kind of imply that we'll only be getting 1 more Nograi area. Oh well. Fraud Luke. People were discoursing about, how the characterization of most Sumeru characters has gotten a lot more simplified and a lot worse since the Archon quest is all ended. In particular that, Kaveh and Alhaitham's dynamic got simplified to just the most basic and unoriginal government yaoi, so to speak. And people were talking about, somewhat connected, how Sino and Kolei's dynamic from the comic got flattened into just teacher-student when it was, a bit more complicated, because he was the one who sealed away the Archon debris in her originally in the comic. Made me realize that I forgot that, to be fair, I did not read it. I should do that. I forgot that Sino was originally a comic character, which does mean that, it's Inazuma, Fontaine, and Natlan, or the regions that did not get any characters in the comic. I still don't have enough space to pick these all up. I guess, yeah, we're gonna want to go and do some strong boxing now. And that's the question, I suppose. I think it makes sense to strongbox Husk in case Icho comes along. They might even do a Chronicled for Inazuma again next patch, because they've been running a lot more Chronicles recently. And next patch is going to be an Inazuma event, kind of. It's going to primarily be a babysitting event regarding Kroon, actually. I mean, that's still just such a wild name for a character. Kroon. I was wondering if you were gonna say it. I will. I'll do some whimsy strongboxing, because honest to God, my Arla's artifacts are kind of atrociously bad, and I think I do owe it to her to make them somewhat better. Maybe if I'd done this sooner, I would have been able to actually use her against her own skill boss in Stygian. Maybe that'll come back around again. Probably not. Probably never. This guy, I hate this guy. Come on. Embarrassing performance. Okay. Let's see. And, what is this? Oh, we can set you free, and what is going on here? It's just another Moonlane? Oh, it's to get the Oculus. Can't get the Oculus otherwise. Into the sky. Into this guy. Yeah, but I will 100% strongbox some Whimsy. Un poco. I mean, in the end, at this point, Husk is not even really Ito's best artifact set, in theory. Because his best situation is Lunar Crystallized Wheelchair. Well, to be fair, I mean, so he uses Night Sky now, technically. Though, again, to be fair, it's... I mean, if they're the ones applying the Geo, they're causing all the Moondrift Harmony, I think calling it Wheelchair is maybe a little fraud, but... I want to use Chaska to run this current Abyss, and I've kind of been wondering if I want to do some kind of wheelchair. Might end up being an FA Aino wheelchair or something, depending... I mean, well... I don't know. Because if I don't have to run Lunar on both sides, I'd prefer to just use... Bina for the Lunar team and run, Fiorina, Bennett, Satwali, which is Chaska's sort of standard best team. Well, Chaska, Mavica, Satwali, and what fourth slot? Because, I mean, maybe Ororone. And I do like getting excuses to use Ororone because he's funny. I mean, I will say, you know, the only non-slop Yaoi in this game is Ororone and Aoife, because they were first and foremost written as good friends. You know, they're not beholden to any kind of stereotypical slop dynamic. And to a lesser extent, I'd say the same about Sambina. You know, as someone who doesn't particularly like Yuri, you know, their dynamic is still good. They're written well. They have actual progression through the Archon quest, which, I mean, to be fair, is because it was part of the Archon quest when a lot of the other comparable dynamics simply weren't for various reasons. So it's complicated to say how fair the comparison is, but who knows. Okay. That's right, Whimsy Strongbox. Come on. Imagine we get a bunch of double crit pieces. That would make me very happy. Okay, interesting. I mean, that would make sense, but also my Yansan is C1. Should maybe do some DPS tests. Mayhaps. Mayhaps. And oh, it's also garbage. This is sad. Oh. Okay. Well, you know what? One more thing of whimsy. It can't get much worse. If this weren't a defense circlet, this would be great. You know, I saw the substats first, and then I realized, oh, this is defense. Well, it's actually pretty good as far as defense circlets go. It's got crit rate and energy recharge, which is what I prioritize. And... what else can I get rid of? I guess it's back to Husk. But anything that isn't double crit, I guess. I mean, who else is going to need Gilded? No one else is going to need Gilded. I mean, Sino, I guess? But, I mean, we have... In case I feel like putting a set together for Sino eventually, if I ever get Staff of the Scarlet Sands or something, who knows? It's an ER with single... Wow, I have really been accepting just bad quality on one of these earlier ones. I don't need energy recharge that much. Okay. I mean, to be fair, it's a while ago that yeah, and that's not good either. HP and... I mean, are these... That's not a good EM off-piece. It's just crit. It's one thing a crit. It's not a sufficiently good off-piece goblet to keep. Yeah, this is also kind of trash and slop. I mean, honestly, any kind of crit with the other kind of crit is good to keep. Double crit EM is nice to keep. It's not a double or anything. I guess double crit's a decent heuristic. Okay. And... maybe. Not getting the... You know, maybe that's kind of decent. And... Anything off-piece. That's gonna be an off-piece. I think double crit is a standard we can afford to hold it to. Yeah, at this point, I can 100% afford to be a whole lot stricter in terms of what I keep and don't. And I should be. Because it is not fun to have to be clearing this much out every now and then. Okay. Especially with older stuff that I don't particularly need or care about anymore. Again, now we've got space to clear out a couple of those troves. So let's do that. Okay. It's right down here. We'll just loop around. It is funny that they put the troves in these troves in Mondstadt too, because it doesn't really make sense for Albate to be there. At the very same time, it doesn't really make sense for Rising Winds to be here. Okay. It is interesting that they're gonna have more artifact sets this patch than they did in Notlan. Though to be fair, it's, you know, they only had one gimmick in Notlan. Let's pick this all up. Ham's farting here. Let's see if any of this is any good. That's no good. That is actually a decent Linnea piece. It's not double crit, but it's got both defense stats and EM. If we don't have better options, that's no good. No crit on it at all. There's no crit. There's no crit. There's no crit. No crit. No crit. And no crit. Okay. Don't know who I'd keep this on. Something surprise tool that will help us later. See, we clear out the old inventory because you expect, you know, maybe we'll get something good, and then you just don't. Let's go back to the garden. Nico. It's her. And it does really sadden me that this at least does appear to be the last statue we can make. We've got 1, 2, 2 pedestals that don't have anything on them at all still. And I guess she said, okay, that's enough. Lame. Lame. What's on your mind? A hat. The past, as everyone knows, well, hardly anyone knows. Anyway, when the angels were destroyed, they had to sacrifice either their preferred form or their power. Now, the other thing is that I could actually run Symphonist of Sense on Yansan, I think. Which is Escaffier's poem. Because she does perform a very minor amount of healing. And that would further buff Chaska. That is technically Yansan's best poem option. I chose to keep both, but from another point of view, you could say I lost both. I remain human enough in appearance, but I will always be fundamentally different. For instance, what human could exist for thousands of years without going at least a little mad? Not to mention dying. Meanwhile, I've lived so long that I can't help but miss the way things used to be once in a while. I mean, you miss being an angel. Yeah, because it's... I mean, is she still an angel, or... I mean, she was able to manifest wings when they were bringing down the moon in the Archon quest, but only for an instant and only when expending power. She does get them during bursts, to be fair, but I mean, you miss being an angel, not exactly. I had a pretty boring life back then, especially compared to now, but I did have a lot of friends around me. It was a lively time. What she said was more sort of, you know, brothers, sisters, a sort of companion sense. It's a bit stronger than friend, honestly. If I had to pinpoint what I'm nostalgic for, it's not anyone, nakama, friend in particular, nor is it the time I spent as an angel. Rather, I simply miss the race of angels as a whole. Interesting. We can go inside the cavern, and then there again is a little incy bit in Amsmartin here. Let's check around. It is... Oh, yeah, presumably on top here. So this platform... I wonder how best we'd reach it. There's some wolves to fight around here. It is kind of wild that, you know, and it makes sense, but it's still wild that Koitar is explicitly compared to Satan. You know, she was the leader of a angelic rebellion, and when you recomplete the Sealy Palace, it gives you an achievement with a quote from Paradise Lost from Satan. So, there's a chest here. Oh, it was... Did not see that platform. It is just 2 of those. More capsules, orbs, crates, chunks of scrap, I guess. I got so distracted talking to Nicole that I lost sight of my real purpose in there, which was right to clear out the trove. Let's do that and figure out how many are just going in another strongbox. Might even be all of them. Okay. Fireflies. Okay. Let's see. Let's clear that out entire. And it's got some crit, but no crit. No crit. No crit. What is it with this set for me? Oh my goodness. It's got some crit. Maybe keep that eye. Nobody so far has needed HP on a... It's an attack set, primarily, really. Cryo with no crit. Damage bonus does not matter for Albade anyway. And it's an energy recharge one. Could be okay, maybe. So not all of them, but a good portion are going away. Over half. Let's clear that out then. Does not need to be marked anymore. Now, I should try. Oh, Yodson on that team. Let me see. And... Strongbox, some more husk. I mean, on that topic as well. Hello, It appears you've changed your name. Something something by erasure. I wonder if they sell those at Staples. Buy erasers. You did a no growth. You did a buy erasure. Okay. Let's end up getting nothing of note for use. Yep, no crit. That's not a good enough piece to keep on a set that won't use that. It's got some crit, I guess. Interesting. So now you can get in... Now you can get in a different... sorry. Now you can stop getting in those arguments and start getting in different arguments. Isn't that great? Okay. Let me see this here. I mean, personally, I'm biased because I just like arguing, but... You know, to quote... Oh... Shao Kahn in a low-budget rip-off Mortal Kombat movie. I don't want peace. I want problems, always. Okay. And... Seeing how much you can do the accent without getting in trouble. There's gonna be some wolves over here in Umsvartnir then. Don't think there'll be anything on that bridge. But hello there, nice to see you again. And it's primarily in the Afterglow Cavern. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go around Umsvartnir first. There is a single Oculus left and a couple of chests, it seems. And right, that just leads us up to the Sealy Court. And let me see this here. Again, we need to collect some more Isalias for next patch's characters. Bowen uses moths, Prune uses Isalias, and Nicole uses Pine Amber, and oh! We got a viewpoint now. Palaces of Times Bygone. See this here. And... oh, I didn't check this. Wonderland in the Rabbit Hole. Yeah, because again, you have to hop down. The hole above. The decorations that grace the garden, nothing more than ordinary sculptures containing no magic that can halt the flow of time. The witch's secret garden, there are no secrets, much like fate, which prides itself on justice, yet has never followed reason. Sanctum of Departed Heroes, Hall of Resounding Power. I guess I didn't get this either. Here echo the voices of heroic spirits, the hunters of the far north, the champions of rebellion, the torch-bearing warriors of generations past. Though the blood of those warriors is long since run and their deeds have faded into history, the songs of praise shall never fall silent and their noble names shall never be forgotten. Royal Court of the Sealy Palace is at times bygone, this place now inhabited only by the grotesque ghostly remains of fallen gods, where the former palaces of the Sealy now stand empty. Interesting that they're calling the Sealy god remains. They were angels, but that's... calling them outright divine is a bit different. Well, we're gonna have to kill these wolves. Kinda sad. Okay. Alright. Thank you. Oh, and that's the big thing. We have it. Oh, Radiant Wolf. Okay. It is fun having these, you know, two-phase encounters and getting ganked. Okay. Cool. Lots of raw meat. A good old wolf chop. To a friend. What about to an enemy? How about that? So there's an Oculus over there, and then this area is more or less done. Other than, of course, the tiny incy-wincy bit of... with Bina or Walma in the party, the animals ignore you for a little bit. Should've just used your single big head, huh? Yeah. We can just walk up here, can't we? Though I imagine going up from the little island floating in Amsvarnir would have done the job a bit better. Okay. Not really. We could try gliding down from the center point, but again, that's not going to make a significant difference, if any. Let's just... I have to use some restoration food, honestly. I'm gonna get some more wolf meat. Again, it is kind of nice getting to actually normally climb for the first real time since Liyue. Every other nation since has had copious gimmicks to circumvent any real need to actually climb. And we were in just the right position. I mean, to be honest, there's probably a moon lane down there somewhere. There is a pretty nice view of what is presumably mainland Snezhnaya. Big old mountain there. It is interesting that this is still technically an island. It's sort of the southernmost tip of real Snezhnaya, I guess. I think the Special Territory Research Institute being there specifically is more or less meant to imply that. Which makes it all the stranger that it's still a very shallow water, but still a water barrier rather than a land barrier there. Oh well. I got some more Mandragora. And again, we cannot catch those. It would be so cute in the teapot. However. Okay. And get smashed. Oh, and dig. Dig. Excuse me. Still Wave Chaser playing, but around here there was single fruit. No, really, what? What's up with that? It's not for this Mandragora, is it? It might be, honestly. I think it may be for that plant over there. Connected to this puzzle. If we could catch... Oh... Catch monsters and have them fight for us. That would be a fun way to run things. Oh, or do you mean just summons only? You know, people have used Linnea for an AFK team at this point. It's a shame that, you know, even with Columbina actively on fielding, Llama overpowers the Hydro. So you can't do a, you know, silly, you know, all lunar reactions team, at least not all that well, you know, which would be with Linnea, Llama, Ineffa, and Bina. You can actually make Ineffa and... Right. You can make Ineffa and Linnea kind of work together, and some people have actually used Linnea on a Lunar Womb team because she doesn't get rid of the Hydro. Well, they use her multi-tap hit because that doesn't require Hydro. Her tap mode does require Moondrips being on field for Lumi to actually do the big hammer attack, but the repeated tap does not. This does not require any actual Lunar Crystallizer reactions being triggered, so they can use her as a sub-DPS and a healing option that also, I guess, increases Moonsign. Not that you need it at that point generally, but still. It's interesting. And there's nothing in here at this point, but let's just go. And we can no longer interact with those there. I still could not really get my head around how specifically that was supposed to work. You know, other than there didn't seem to be any correspondence between the way you were pulling it and the axis of rotation of the actual beams here. Yeah. People are running Linnea, Fiorina, and then Columbina and Navia. Something like that. Because Navia is a decent Lunar Crystallized on-fielder because of her infusion. The fact that she can deal some pretty decently rapid Geo application with, you know, the spinning Claymore attack in her normal chain. And yeah. I mean, are these glowing now? I guess they should start glowing again. I mean, we've already checked these, so unsure. Oh, fair. But it is legitimately decent. Well, actually, if you were running Fiorina, you'd probably want to be running Noelle instead for the healing. I mean, also just... Linnea is a decent battery for Noelle, too, who is energy hungry with no particle generation of her own. I mean, Noelle generally is a decent Lunar Crystallized on-fielder because she has 0 internal cooldown. She has no internal cooldown. So she can apply incredibly rapid Geo and trigger lots of Lunar Crystallize. Yeah. Fair. Still don't have Ito. Still don't have Ito. Yeah. Already been up there for that one. Oculus. Cool. Wonder if we'll ever meet Koitar in any meaningful context. You know, most people don't know this, but Satan was an anime girl. Okay. Yeah, it's Asheville, primarily left.
Yeah.
Guess we should try brute forcing the wolf using this team. Just means I have to actively dodge. I guess we don't know if Koitar's dead and gone or something. I mean, she clearly turned into a Sealy, but the question for whereabouts is different. She's probably still here, honestly. But... Or, oh, are you making a joke about Satania? Goodness. So we can bring Vakarao. Yo, Vaka means cow. How am I supposed to get that fella out? This is giving me a headache. Is there anything I can do? No, a kind adventure, what good timing. Here's the thing, there used to be a tunnel here that led north, but it collapsed recently after some sort of anomaly with the moon power. Aye, that led north. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but a traveling merchant from overseas claims his companion is trapped inside. It's a sloth sheep he met and befriended around here. Stay in these parts long enough, you'll notice that sloth sheep usually follow people just to scatter the seeds they're carrying. No matter how we explained it, that gentleman just wouldn't listen. Insisted we find a way to rescue it. To reconnect the path leading deeper into the cave, we'd have to use these intricate blooms. The problem is that I can't use the Frostmoon Science magic, and I don't have any moon power devices strong enough for the job. Luckily you came by. If anyone can get that sloth sheep out of here, it would be an adventure like you, right? Well, thank you on behalf of that gentleman. So, tunnel leading north. So, before the Moon Gecko was added in 6.4, this cave was totally split off. There was a wall here and a wall here because the arena was not yet accessible. But they said leading north, which I wonder means that they were referring to when it was still collapsed, or they mean a tunnel going north. That is, you know, actually collapsed and not visible. Who knows? To secure the energy core in place. Oh, there were going to be multiple energy cores. Okay. So we make one pathway. And I suppose we're going to have to go across in order to make a pathway out of the others. And then we just lead it back across. It's that simple. What's your deal here? That little fruit. Yep. Nothing to it. So, just pull you across here. And can we have it charge across? Make our one? Well, I guess not. Huh. I guess maybe it can't pathfind actively across the... Interesting. Wonderful, and you'd think of something. Sloth sheep can't live outside regions with moon power, but at the very least it might offer that gentleman a bit of comfort during his stay in Hotcry. Take my leave now. Here's a little something to show our gratitude. Another chest. Okay. So... And then apparently down there is another chest. So they say. Then after that, Wave Chaser Plane is done. Done. Oh, I see something moving around. And going somewhere? Oh, we have to catch you multiple times to direct you. See a moon power glow in these little prismatic triangles. Dodge. Oops. Thank you. And now we have a fruit. But that does not do much of anything. Thanks, I guess. I tried to dodge out of the way of that mud ball. Either the radius is a lot higher than I expected, or you can't really dodge it. Well, we're in here, let's fight the moon gecko. Gotta dodge that moon cocoon. Well, to be fair, I could have also just... Oh, not dodged it. Oh, that's fine. To be fair, if I could use Lane to heal, we could have got some Geo Shred on it, but we don't need that anyway. Okay. Cool. Well, let's poke around this little area. The branch is similar to Vartnir in the Winter Conflux. I mean, I was gonna say that it's interesting that Vartnir's architecture and its beams bear more than a slight resemblance to the Winter Conflux barriers around. But in the end, that's basically just saying, oh look, they're both angular. And the Conflux barriers are a good deal less angular anyway. Okay. There was one there. I did not see that. Did that show up because we interacted with? Interesting. Who knows? This goes through that waterfall cave. Best is an interesting way to put it. I will say that much. Oh! Is that it? We already interacted with that harp, right? There is... Is it a Mora rock over... Yep, it was a Mora rock right over here that I guess I didn't see. Okay, well. Wave Chaser Plain is finished. Which means all that's left is Asheville, then we can go back and talk to all these silly people. And to be fair, wonder if any of them are gonna... wonder if them are gonna have any special dialogue for Lilin or not. Asheville's at 62. Let's head back over this way. Oh, we can go and pick up the stuff in the vault now. Good stuff. It's gonna be more useless Albade pieces and Rising Wind's pieces with no crit. Okay. Oh well. Old Denipos. Oh, and if... Uh-oh. If we pick that up and let it despawn... Oh, goodness. Dawn's Brilliant Oath. If your inventory is full, and you interact with it, it does turn into a normal dropped item. At which point it could end up despawning. Yeah! No crit. Some crit. Not great. Not good. Not good. Maybe passable. We don't even have any Hexerite Dendro characters, and not a single Mondstadt Dendro character. It's also just not a good piece. Bad piece. Not especially good. You know, this is actually kind of passable. Emphasis on kind of and passable. Okay. Well, in that case, let's go and clear some of these out real quick, so that I don't end up having to, make my life a little simpler. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. You know, people have been memeing about, these crappy AI oh, it's double crit. It's pretty decent. AI-generated fake leaks of, giant Mario in yellow overalls for a supposed next 3D Mario game called Super Mario Titans. And anytime anything Mario-related comes out, people joke that there was an announcement for Super Mario Titans included. I don't know why that made me... why I'm thinking of that right now, but I did. I guess the reason is that, you know, as long as I'm, you know, while I'm between jobs, I could, in theory, you know, get back and finish Donkey Kong Bonanza, which has been fun. It's just I haven't gotten a lot of chances with it, especially not lately. And there just is not much in Keepamaki in general. I only lock pieces to throw away because it's easier to know whether if a piece is bad and want to mark that specifically than to know if a piece is good and worth keeping. At least in my opinion, experience. It is very funny that they have given us 2 ways to mark pieces as, I want to keep this, and no way to mark it as specific as trash. It's silly. Active map. Couple of fishing spots around. Let me check. Fish. I'm not sure I fished in Dreadshade Mire. Even if I did, I think I'll go do it again. Yeah! I mean, I lock things that I don't want to keep, so that I know to get rid of them. Yeah. I mean, it's sort of... Right, but what I mean is that the marking system is just an even stricter version of the lock. There's no way to specifically note something as trash. So the best thing to do, in my experience, or, you know, the simplest way at least, is to just lock it and then unlock it when I want to get rid of it. I mean, I use lock for things I want to keep too, but anything that I want to keep that's locked is going to be actively leveled. So it's not going to show up at the bottom of the list anyway. And it's generally going to be actively on somebody. So, you know, something, I don't care much about artifact loadouts. I don't change around artifacts all that much, except for switching Bina between Silken Moon and Albaid. And that is why the Manakina exists. The Manakina, who I will never seriously use, because she can't even get used in endgame anyway, literally exists to hold my Bina's second set of artifacts. No other reason. It's just like, you know, what do I do? You move the bread, you pass the butter. Okay. Shark. What are your personal thoughts on Seleno/Kalino, Linnea's sister? Maybe in the Kalino story quest, we'll get the ability to give Linnea her nerd glasses. That would be nice. And one slightly different fish. Okay. Oh. But again, we have one island on Nodcry in the northwest we still need to get. And also, streets are saying that we will be getting Columbina's Lunar Palace as an instance map. So it's... Maybe it's back to the good old days of Inazuma, where we've got 2 instance maps in 1 patch cycle. She's not. I mean, she does not die. What I will say, you know, apropos of nothing, is that she was data mined to have a playable type model. You know, her model is internally named, you know, avatar _ lady _ undefined _ Kalino. And you and everyone else. But you know, it is honestly wild that that's not a reward from her quest. Maybe they're saving that for a costume. There are just a number of relatively simple no-brainer toggles that I can only imagine are saving as a break glass in case of emergency thing. You know, one of those being, for example, Navia's crown from Golden Apple. No, I mean from Simulanka. From Simulanka, Navia's crown. But because they've done it with Bina, you know, her eye mask toggle, and done a number of other simpler costumes like Durin's. It's interesting. Well, let's fight them with a GOT. Suicide rank goes to 0%. Oh. And let me see this here. How many do we have on hand right now? Because again, we're gonna need a bunch for. Oh, we have a good deal. Okay. Passive collection, huh? So now we've got all this going. Let's try to take on the wolf. Gonna have to do a lot more dodging this way, that's for sure. Okay. Thanks. And also a lot more healing. But honestly, if we were to simply actually use Linnea's heal, I think we'd be fine. Yeah, we can do a good amount of damage, but come on. Really don't want to. Okay. That's alright. It's quite good that she does have that shred bait still. Okay. Get that back up. Cool. You have no way of breaking that ward, which is the issue. Okay, that's fine and such. Stop swirling me. Don't like that. It's nice that we don't need to do everything here, but still. Okay. You can... we are going to need a little bit more of that. But we've got a good amount of energy recharge, so that's perfectly fine. Okay. Brute force the wall. Okay, did that miss? I think that totally missed. Oh my goodness. Come on. Draw to the walls and whatever. Okay. Cool. I guess we can still use that. And one more. Canopy should do it. Yeah. And that was definitely the silliest way that I fought that boss. Do not disturb their peaceful slumber, whatever. Sword Shadow. Look in the Knights of Avonius. I've already fought this guy twice. We're in the area. Let's do it again. Huh. Ballin'. Okay. Let's try to collect more fusion orbs while we get the chance. ... I will say, it is a bit of a shame that this Boreas fight does not use the special Roland Boreas model that was created for Marcus story quest. But it is what it is. Okay. Thanks. And dodge. You know, it is very cool that they gave him a unique fight. It's even better that it's repeatable. Okay. And dodge. I wanted to dodge behind. If we want to get out of the way of that. Okay. Ugh. That delay's nasty. Come on. Dodge. Kind of dodge under that. It's cool. You know, the remix that they did of Symphony of Boreal Wind remains very cool as well. Okay. All I gotta do is get away from the center. Okay. It's unyielding ice upon this inscribed stone. If you say so. Yep. And unextinguished flame of battle. That resets the cooldown. Yep. Cool. And unextinguished flame of battle. Thanks. And 1, 2, 3, 4, Charge up. 2, 3, 4. Nice. 1, 2, 3. And you know what? Let's take these right here. So we'll be hopping down now. Yep, there we go. Cool. So go for a little bit more. Nightingale, here I learned the lots. 2, 3, 4. Nice. And got that back. Cool. 1, 2, 3. I don't have that back yet. So it seems the infusion gets replenished by. Makes sense. Continue your nightly journey. Okay, come on. Thank you. That will reset the skill cooldown and allow us to use another one of his 4 ascends, which is fun. But having the infusion does not have its duration replenished by collecting just one of those runes. We do need to collect 3 in total again. Okay, well, what are you gonna do? Come on. And one just spawned on us. Okay. This will dodge that there, and it's just cool that this exists and is repeatable. That's what I'll say. Cool. Switch back to the team we're actually using. And you know, it is kind of funny that they gave Varka, in the extent of his quest, this sort of, you know, quasi-protagonist status. They're sort of, you know, for people who thought Ether was too much of a tiny baby twink, here damn. Okay, so we need... So we are gonna want to go up here. Caesar. Oh, but... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mole. I mean, Weasel Thief. Not a mole. Got a few more of these. We can... No, we can't. Is this connected to another void barrier? I guess. Aw. Interesting. I guess it's along the other side there. Potentially. Well, did not go far enough. Okay. And, did it fail to trigger reaction or what? Interesting. Okay, well, no problems. Okay. Got a chest over this ways. And if we remove the abyss here, it's gonna spawn a land cruiser to attack us, right? Yeah. Should have known. Thank you, Moondrift Harmony. We didn't even need to do anything there, huh? Okay, so it's just a chest in here. Yep. Nice. It's pretty much... There's one chest over here, but Special Territory Research Institute basically is nothing else. Okay. Go through the camp to Kipamaki. Okay. I mean, it's a tiny, tiny area. We already got most of everything in it just by completing the main quest line. And we saw some before, but it is interesting when you have normal crystals in an area that generally has a unique ore variant. Because Inazuma has precisely zero non-amethyst forging ore. Whereas... Fontaine has no crystal chunks. It's all Condescence crystals. But Na'an has a few. It's got one a little bit north of where you meet Varus and Atukpan. It's got some in the old core of Chulel. And to be fair, the ones in the old core of Chulel might be intentional, considering that area was literally submerged. And I guess depending on what created cadescence crystals, because they are specifically noted as found near Elenos, if they're abyssal in nature, it would make sense for that to be preserved. But here it's the Ranger drop, which is moon power. So it's interesting that right here and right over here, though that might be because it's Amsvarnir. Might be because of proximity to Amsvarnir. But the one in Otakpon might just be, is probably just an oversight, frankly. Okay. Cool, let's see if we get ganked. And... whoop. Just like this. And die. There we go. Just hit you, and there was nothing else to it. Okay. Thank you, Venti, for your energy regeneration. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of team I put together for Varka and Nicole and Durin. Because, very specifically, at C6, Prune gives a decent attack buff to the point that she's better than a C0 Venti. But I honestly don't entirely know, because Venti's got his own damage contribution. Especially with Signature, you know, the new Signature that I do have on him. And... some over there. Don't have a... where am I gonna get that last key? That's a good question. Venti has his own damage contribution. He also gives the team flat energy upon the end of his burst. Which... you know, Prune does not have any flat energy regeneration last I checked. And that does make a bit of a difference. Because you're going to have to be building at least a little bit more energy recharge on the team and not be able to invest in much in substats. I mean, and Durin needs that burst. Varka does not. Nicole does not. But certain parties very much do. Right, okay. Thanks. And, come on. We can get all of you together right here. And... oh, it actually fell off the mountain. That's what happened. Well, and that's why the chest did not regenerate. Okay, and, well, there you are, okay. And you're not gonna make a shield if it's just one of you, right? There's our hammer. Okay. 2. We need to get this from somewhere. Alright. Special Derridori Research Institute. So high up. It's not showing the chest down here, but it is showing the Oculus there. Okay. Didn't even really know that there was an Oculus on the boat. Boatculus. Okay. We'll use that flower to get up to the top cliff there with the Shrine of Depths. But again, there are 3 Shrines of Depths in this area, which indicates most likely that we're only getting one more Huntfly expansion. And okay, whatever. Come on. And oh! We got so stunned that we didn't even manage to get a single... okay, that's fine. It's interesting that they don't drop anything. Well, Willow there. Hit, and... well, let's see how well the hammer goes. It's good enough for Overworld. Okay. There it is. And this is the closest we will be able to get to Snezhnaya for about 6 months, give or take. Okay. But north of the Watcher Fallen Vigil Island, there's this interesting arched island that can't be reached, that is past the map border. And again, you know, there's water between. You know, this is not actually a land connection to Snezhnaya. It's the tip of a very short island chain. Though, to be fair, they may change that when Snezhnaya actually comes out. I mean, it's also an interesting question of, you know, when we go to Snezhnaya, are we gonna go there from Dormant Port, or we're probably going there from here? It's a lot farther north. You know, I didn't even realize it at the time, but this is currently the farthest north the map goes, period. Farthest west, map goes, period, is Easy Breeze. Farthest south the map goes is still Surimi. The farthest east is, you guessed it, this tiny, stupid little island east of the Kamisato estate. Okay. You know, very narrowly beating out this little set of rocks on Seirai. The far east is Japan, of course. It's also the south. Something, the Japanese are actually Seasians, but don't say that too loud. Do you have to wonder how big Snezhnaya is actually going to be? It should, in theory, occupy this. They might make it really long and really narrow. It wouldn't entirely surprise me. I just hope, beyond all hoping, that they actually bring back sheer cold as a mechanic. Which, of course, would make a lot of people very angry. Which is good. Because they don't like what I like, and they, therefore, should suffer. Okay. But you can see even there's a little bit, at least it appears, of water between that island and the very inaccessible northernmost point of here. It's big, more of a wall than an actual island here. It's Sumeru, I mean, it's the Nodcry Wall of Samil. Well, if we're in the area, let's beat up Dottore. Let's take this opportunity. I mean, I primarily I like it when the game is unafraid to be at least a little bit hostile. And the most hostile the game has gotten is still Dragonspine. You know, the only time there's been any significant sense of urgency, they have begun to get a lot more hardcore in terms of their endgame. Though, to be fair, that's something people are paying for. It would incentivize its spending, so I think that's maybe a little bit different, but even still. I mean, it is a shame that after they solved the one real problem with Sumeru's layered map, they stopped making... Okay, that counts as movement? Well, that's effect. A lot of attacks don't. It's vile. Whatever. Okay. We can just brute force this on you. And, yep, he's gone. Got kind of frozen. Cool. And we've already collected this for the week. Cool. And this is not, you know, any particular Nodcry area, of course. Unfortunately. I guess these islands bear some similarity to Paha. It's big old floating rocks. And the moon. Yeah. Okay. Cool arena, though. You know, it's... First time we've really gotten true fixed camera. Outside of, I guess... Well, to be fair, that's really just the initial attack in the same way that Suyocoatl's big, you know, big Star Scourge Radon Meteor is fixed camera, but yeah, forget I said anything. Is the key kind of gonna come from the statue or from the... Key is gonna come from Cliffwatch Camp, right? Or maybe it's actually not currently accessible. Let's see. Should talk to the people here. Oh. I guess that we just can't actually open all three? Oh, that's wild. Borderland. Shrine of Depsky. It comes from level 8 on Statue of the New Moon, which just isn't currently accessible at all, right? I don't think. Huh. Well, let's see. How many more oculi are even available right now? We need 11 more, and I'm not even sure there are that many on the map. Well, there's one way to find out. You know, not only one, but one. Oh, okay. That's 70, so we can construct a little bit more while we're at it, I suppose. Should probably take the opportunity to clear out some of those domain reliquaries, honestly. Poor Mika. You know, honestly, even if he does become Hexerai, he's not going to be using the new Hexerai artifact set, not the new support set. Because he would just be buffing cryo damage with that, which no team with him on it really needs. Okay. That sounds about right. It's the right amount. It's the right amount of stupid. Okay. So in that case, see what up there. Still a good amount around. Should be fishing over here. Oh, lordy mama. Baka. Anything to say to that dude there? Oh, it's to the south. Okay. The guy with the sloth sheep has moved to a teleport waypoint. He doesn't permanently disappear. I had to consult the wiki. Does Genshin impact a wiki game? The greatest thread in the history of forums, locked by moderators after 10,000 pages of riveting discussion. If it is, it's basically a Souls-like. Forget I said anything. Okay. It's the south. He should be around here. Probablemente see. Yeah, he's over here now. There's been a lot of moon power anomalies in the area lately. Please be careful about that sloth sheep from earlier. As I've already handed it over to that gentleman. I heard that not long after. The moment that gentleman tried to take the sloth sheep out of Nodcry turned to a lifeless seed. So his plan to bring it home to his country fell through as well. If only he had listened to me, maybe things wouldn't have to end this way. No worries. Alright, please take care and stay safe. Because again, the sloth sheep are not animals, they are plants. They're planimals. Okay. And I don't believe there is a single thing left in the sanctum down there. Oh, look. They decided to explode again. How exciting. Okay. Already made that Nocalix and Solaris cool connection, so no more need be done. These were fun puzzles, which makes it all the more the shame that this area is as small as it is. You know, as soon as you've gotten used to things and started enjoying and understanding them, the area's over. Oh, it's because we had fruit. It's really, really interesting that that blocks party reconfiguration. I can't really think of a single reason why that would be. Oh wow. Down there. And well, more than enough. Cool. And once that's over, yep, thank you. Again, there's a single, actually a few. No, but really, why? I mean, this is also still close to Amsvarnir, and maybe because it's close to people from Mondstadt, which has normal crystal, but it's still really, really bizarre. Okay. That's still really, really weird. Okay. That's right. And again, Flynn's makes these light up, but he does not get any special dialogue. Which is interesting. Because again, in Final Night, you interact with them, and we got a little bit of special additional lore text relating to the Lightkeeper who's there enshrined. Not the case here. Ptolishev. Shinakovic. Wrong one. Puris Asabov. Filiev. And Chernov. And again, these are the guys who died in the sanctuary down there, primarily. The others do light up. But again, there's nothing to them, and they're not even interactive normally. This reminds me of lining up all the... Oh, the Electro signposts in the Aotake Plain in Surumi. Surumi was cool. I will say that the respawning treasure chest might have been a little abstruse. And it is legitimately hilarious that, you know, after all the hilarious misconceptions regarding, you know, treasure chest respawns, though apparently, though I don't know if that was actually the case. I think it was probably just people not noticing. Some people said that what people thought were chest respawns were instead new chests getting added, going up certain world levels, or at least or adventure ranks. I'm not sure how much I even believe that, but one way or another, you know, true chest respawn does not exist, with the one hilarious, notable exception of Surumi Island. Which is frankly a lot funnier than never doing it anywhere at all. In a lot of ways, with exploration, Inazuma does feel to me... You know, Dragon Spine was the most hostile, but I'd say Inazuma was most difficult and complicated. Especially in terms of puzzles, which, again, still makes me very, very disappointed that we have not gotten anything like it since. Which, I mean, is because it was unfortunately not particularly well received for precisely that reason, but it's... You know, the people who are true casuals have all left for Star Rail. If you want hardcore combat, they have ZZZ for that. I mean, this canon should be. It should be the exploration game. But it... So many things have gotten in the way of that and gradually eliminated that aspect over time, or at least deprecated it. It's a shame, it's what it is. And oh yeah, this is how we would generally be getting over to that Oculus. We just hop in the flower here. Okay, there you go. Oh. Well, that's only halfway. At most. Less than. And... yeah. More pine amber. We've got a good amount of all of that, really. So it is now primarily just a question of getting more moths in due time for Lowen. Again, I really do appreciate that they have finally made a character who is actually designed to be a driver. Took them long enough. Okay. And down here. That's just another way into the sanctum. And this is where that... Yeah, we just had to hop down here, huh? Though, to be fair, we could have also transformed here. No, we... Oh. Okay. Interesting. Right. I didn't even know those goats could do that. They jump, they... Oh, I forgot. That's what they do in... Interesting. Okay. That's what they did in the Color Out of Space quest. That's fun. A single Oculus is 2% exploration. We have truly scraped to the bottom of the barrel. Okay. Now... There is a Mora rock up here. Mora metal, actually. 2. At least that didn't count as a percent, and I'm not gonna farm that domain manually until they give us another increased artifact drop event. Because otherwise that is strictly worse than using Stygian to farm. I wonder if they'll ever bring that event back for precisely that reason, that it's kind of pointless when Stygian exists. Go around this shore, loop up to the Depths Lord, I guess, and hello there. Gonna be any kind of enemy here. You can do this. Aw. Use Linnea's bow, maybe, but also... Oh, my goodness. Evil Eye of Blightseep. Didn't know we'd have any more chances to parry. Okay. There we go. Switch back and actually shoot him. Cool. And got 3 chests for that. Really? Really? It's putting me in the very perverse position of wishing things were less rewarding. It really does, again, feel as if they're just saying, damn, here. Here's your allotted Primigem income for this patch as a portion of rudimentary exploration. At least we can fish. Had a impressionistic guitar rendition of the Somnius Alunoli motif. Right there, and swing a Karis. Again, over here we have another stone there that is presumably pointing the way towards Keeper Baran. Oh, and we get all the way over here, and they even give us a moonline back. No friction allowed, they said. Okay, and the abyss never leaves. Kipamaki Cliff, Western Shore, a water area with a plentiful supply of fish located along the shore between the Pillar of Embla and the Kipamaki Cliff. Owing to its remote location, the potential threat posed by dangerous fauna has not been registered with the Notcry Fishing Association. Cool. Just the accent fish, but we were not close enough then. Okay. Baiting you requires us to get pretty close. Okay. Yoku ganbatta na. Then we can do the NPC dialogue. The dock southwest of Pyramida has this funny merchant guy who relocates throughout the area, actually. So talk to him. So let's make it nighttime. It's just so small. Okay. It is as big as a Lempo, and that's it. Exit fish. And cool. Yoku ganbatta na. Let's see. Oh. Kind of exploration gimmick there'll be for your Colombino Lunar Palace and theoretically 6.7. Because at that point, you know, they would have pretty much every lunar character released, and to be fair, it's not as if exploration gimmicks have included lunar this time around. And it's a purely combat-based gimmick. There's no exploration aspect to it. I mean, it's interesting to think that, you know, moon power Kuvaki would not really be part of things there in theory, because it's, you know, it's the land of Nodcry. It is Columbina's bodily energy in Nodcry specifically. Let's pick this up. Don't have any infusion actually, so you're right at the end there. I mean, and neither was Hexerai. Numa and Usia had exploration aspects. So did, you know, Night Soul through the, you know, Saurian ability emulation, but oh, and well, that's not good news. Round 2. You know what that means? It's time to bravely run away. Okay. I'm just gonna stare at you. Thank you. Alright. You know, we could be really funny with this. I think we're gonna want to go for Melt Billy. Okay. Even though that means no shred, it's not like we'd be getting a shred at this point anyway. Well, it's probably a bit of a waste. And oh, since it's rolled Hydra, we're not getting any of that back. No free energy. Okay. Cool. There's one right over here. 81. There's actually a lot around here. Huh. And if we morph, we can... Yep, we're at the exact correct altitude for that. Abyss noise. Okay. 83. Once we get to 90. It is interesting, the compass we've got for... We're gonna want to go from the other side, aren't we? Yeah. You know, for Windrest Peak, we still have to use the old Mondstadt compass. You know, no update was done to it to make it work as the new compasses do. You're just kind of stuck. Nicole's special exploration passive is the ability to summon a Sealy effectively to guide you. And it works exactly like that region's exploration compass. Alright. Can't go enough. Would we be able to reach that cloud of mist from here? Let's see. Yeah, we can actually. Just aim up. Yeah. We can't actually do a true crossing, but we can get that Oculus at least. And if we were using that for transport, I guess it would. Going up at a 45-degree angle would be the best. You know, it's basic ballistics. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Nice. Got all of you. I should be, for overworld encounters, using Winne's big mode a lot more. Million-ton crush. Can we get close enough to... Yeah, we can, actually. Cool. It's not how we want to go through Kipamaki and that. That's a barrier. We can't go through there. Actually, that's awfully close to a land connection. But no, that's actually a separate wall. My goodness. What is it with island impact? Oh, and... okay. I was gonna say, is there a good way to get up there? It would be by riding that moonlight and just hopping off on top of there. I am not going to actually climb anything unless I have literally no choice. I'd kind of like to go into someone else's world to just see what this little hallway looks like without it all getting exploded as part of this part of the quest. Because before the Nursery of Nightmares, you know, physical Night Kingdom entrance, which is still wild, hole opens up in the earth during the Ushkanatlan quest. This is just a normal island. It's got nothing on it, just a couple of Kukasaurs, but you can go there. And I have poked around in, you know, other people's worlds with their permission, you know, killed some bosses and such for them as recompense, just to see that. It's interesting.
Yeah.
That's over that way is presumably... Yeah, there's no land connection there. What is that? Hyperbarea is probably over there. What is this? Let me just... Sniznaya. Generic placeholder terrain, in case someone adds something later. There's something specifically... You know, beyond the weird arched island north of the Watcher Arena and Windrest, there is also, you know, to the east of Windrest Peak, just some placeholder islands. And my sneaking suspicion is that that might be something along the lines of permanent Golden Apple Archipelago, because there have been rumblings about some kind of event replay or making Golden Apple permanent, things of that sort. Faceless, Boundless Overlord. Still the longest name we have gotten for pretty much anything. Okay. He barely advances, so he missed that first hit. He probably did a good deal less damage to remove your harmony, but you're dead anyway. Okay. And thank you for dropping generic particles and generic orbs. It certainly makes things easier to recharge. But I will say that in a number of ways, the duck in Stygian has been a lot worse than the other Winter Shield bosses. Because Raskolnikov and Stygian version of Depths if you trigger a winter action, winter damage, which, I mean, I'm doing. I'm using that team. woe-betide to everyone else, I guess, but I am. Gives you free energy to get around Stygian being Stygian, but the duck doesn't, and it requires specifically lunar charge, really. The Hera does not, but at least it's a bit more flexible. I mean, it's not that I had a bad time of it. You know, my team for the fight is strong, but it is still restrictive. And I mean, the one thing I liked about Raskolnikov is that, you know, the dearth of energy, the surplus of energy that you get allows you to oftentimes fire off Flinz's normal bursts and not have energy issues, in addition to the 2 mini bursts you're normally getting with him at C0. I just pick up these oculi real quick. Oh well. There's one right there too. How am I supposed to get there? 89, there's one down here. We can finish our construction, get our compass together. Cool. Cubamaki was fun during the quest, but, you know, without the quest, it is very much a nothing area. Poke around pretty much all of it. Okay. So we are at precisely 90. Let's finish this up. Construct. It's him. Oh, we have a nice big Lightkeeper emblem, and now this lighthouse is glowing. It's complete. Mission accomplished. That looks like a whole new camp. Yeah, even the fortifications are complete too. Any attackers, be they monsters or otherwise, will have a hard time overcoming our defenses now. You build EM, not defense. The lighthouse is half a month's worth of fuel supply, so even in the event of some massive wild hunt assault, should be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. It is honestly kind of nice, and I wonder how much it's what they intended. The fact that Aluga builds EM specifically means he can have somewhat okay-ish damage contribution through just... I mean, he's got EM scaling on. His bird, as well, without having to actually really care about crit, just the EM scaling on a Winter Crystallize. Lighthouse is half a month's worth of fuel supply, so even in the event of some massive wild hunt assault, we should be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Thinking that far ahead, huh? I just, it always pays to be prepared for the worst, you know. So, cool. Either way, I guess you can take a bit of a break now that it's all done. Right, and that's why I'll be taking a trip home first. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen my old pops. Again, that's Master Lightkeeper Nikita. Home, oh yeah. Palm's gotten so used to seeing you here, she almost forgot you're actually from Pyramid. How would anyone be from the Cliffwatch camp? Why don't you come along if you wouldn't mind? I'd like to host you at our place. Gonna happen as part of the quest? Or we set up a food truck here as per Palm's suggestion, but cooking at home is more convenient all the same. Oh, so you'll be cooking? Well, you're in luck, because Palma never says no to a tasty meal. Okay. Jump aboard the moon wagon. Before long, you've reached Pyramid. Oh, he actually does take us here. Can hear the quest acceptance noise there. Cloudberry cream cake, smoked fish steak, berries and fried meat, and night watch soup. So much here, almost too much even for Palma. A night watch soup, is that his specialty? Okay, it is. It is a specialty. Veggie pot soup. Oh, I made this according to the amount we usually cook for our troops at dinner, so yeah, it might be a bit much for 3. Invite a friend. No worries though, just take your time. I'll need to go see Nikita in a bit, so feel free to stay until evening. Didn't realize you were such a talented chef. Don't worry, I think Pamon's got this. Well, I did cook for everyone long before taking up my quick posts. It's just that I haven't had the time recently. The people of Pyramida come from every corner of the world, so there's a wide variety of palates to cater for. In other words, it pays to dabble. But since I'm not yet familiar with your preferences, I just made a bit of everything. If there's anything here you particularly like, don't hesitate to say so. Paman likes it, so do I, as long as you're making it, I'm a fan. Yeah, there's no need for flattery. If anything, that just makes one to find the dish you like the most even more. People can say what they want, but the look on someone's face when they get something they enjoy never lies. As far as I'm concerned, nothing makes me happier than seeing people happy. What a cool and selfless guy. If only we had a C6. Whether as a lightkeeper or a chef, I'll do whatever it takes to keep them smiling. That might sound trivial to you, but deep down, that's all I've ever really wanted. Hey, don't undersell yourself, you're doing great as it is. Exactly, there's no way the people around you aren't grateful for what you do. Heck, they'd probably get mad hearing you talk yourself down like that. The sun's apt to get in line behind the two of us. Thank you. Alright, I'll refrain from saying anything else unrelated to dinner. Please enjoy your meal. Will we get any copies of his specialty from this? Cool. Head to Oluga's home in Pyramida, Moonlit Watcher, done. And we just got some heroes bits from that. Okay. And the table's entirely gone. Let me see what kind of dialogue variants we may have. Yep. Don't worry, I think Pamon's got this. Well, of course, how that goes without saying. Can't just let a good friend's efforts go to waste. Still, Pamon didn't expect you to be such a good cook either. Oluga. Pamon likes it, so do I. What's that supposed to mean? Let's get this straight. Pamon's got her eyes on the berries and fried meat, so don't even try fighting her for that one. I won't have to fight. I'll just make some more. Can my squad mates go hungry? Could I? Okay, so there is some variance in dialogue, actually. And yeah, until we go over to Winras, no more quests. Okay. Cool. Let's pick up the rewards here. This camp built by the Lightkeeper's Investigation Squad. Serves as a long-standing sentinel watching against threats from the north. Lightkeeper's moving lighthouse, lighthouse sunlight through the clouds. A model created in the likeness of the Lightkeeper's towering lighthouse. It stands quiet but dignified, steady and reliable. Surely, once the dark clouds disperse, sunlight will break through the clouds and we will no longer see monsters emerge under the cover of night, said Captain Oluga. Perhaps only when that day truly comes can all the Lightkeepers finally lay down their arms, step outside the lighthouse, and enjoy a holiday bathed in warm sunlight. Cool. So now, that is all that's left. There should be 2 more oculi. Here he is. And right. Oh, wait. Unless I'm seeing this wrong. Oh, okay, yeah, there exactly. This one was covered up. Okay, cool. I wonder if these wolves will attack us when we're done here. That'll be our round 2. Perhaps. Okay. And, cool. Thank you. Alright. Oh, Abyssal Corrosion. It's gonna only be a good thing. Alright, Riptowns. Okay. Thanks. And, cool. Thank you. Wow, more. Still got it in one rotation. Oh, and there, I didn't even see. Oh, the evil eye of Blightseep that showed up has retreated a bit further. Interesting. Pick these up and... These wolves are gonna attack us now, right? Oh no, actually. They're friendly. Friendly only. So we can ride this moon lane up and... Oh, hello. It's not quite good. Without some source of Kuvaki moon power, we can't damage them at all. Okay, so we're... Spire Wounds here. We're just gonna have to do a bunch of parries. Okay. Parry the platypus. Cool little encounter. Okay. You can be the one. Cool. It's one of them. They are all slowly climbing up. Cool. Nice to see ya. Not really. Cool. Last one. Be funny if there was one behind me. No. Yep. Now they're 7. Okay. Okay, so they're never gonna have more than 3 at most. Oh, color me wrong. 5. Okay. That's done. Cool. Oh, luxurious chest for our trouble. Fun. And you got a chair. And that's the one that's too much, my goodness. Okay. Put this in. Open up that last Shrine of Depths, because yeah, there is literally exactly enough. Wow. Okay. Before I forget, frankly, let's go over here. Out of range, whatever. So who or what? Oh, ruined machines. This can only be a good thing. There's... Aw. They aren't waking up. Well, obviously, I get the impression they're all gonna wake up together, or at least eventually once we dissipate this. As long as we don't miss. Okay, it's not enough of a solid piece of terrain. We have to just toss it to the ground. Yep, there we are. Who's coming? Heard somebody. Oh, it's you. Okay, cool. Oh well. Oh my goodness. I did not expect bombardments. Okay. Thanks. Who's next? Come on. And you're next. Immediately. Okay, come on. Stay away from me. And perfect. Rim Greater's last. Makes sense. You can finish this out same exact way. Okay, interference did it. Yeah, you're not a real threat. Okay. Frankly, I would prefer they all attack me at once. Could have gotten it over with a whole lot faster. Okay. So that one up there, I guess, the only thing to do is climb.
Yeah.
Nostalgic. I don't know, maybe there's gonna be a moonlight or something. Maybe. Cool. That's all of them. There was hardly anything left. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. It's really kind of the end, I guess. And then, of course, we got the camps to talk through. Sigils and Shrine of Depths key. Cool. So are there some left? Not that many. And a chest tucked away somewhere that I did not see. That's gonna be... Oh, yeah. Scattered among the crates. Scattered. Not scattered, that's the issue. It was tucked away between two crates. I can't speak. Okay. Go up, we open the Shrine of Depths, and then we're chilling. Oh. All the way up. Climb a weensy bit more. It's just... Seems there was a more rock. That might be in the Sanctum, actually. But this will complete the name card. Sanctuary Pilgrim Moonlit Isles 2. That's done. Unlock all these Shrines of Depths. In the following years, a non-quiet void sea outlook. Wave Chaser point to Asheville Peak, and that's right, but it was covered up by the quest. Joint meeting point, construction, Cliff Watch Camp. Reach maximum construction level at the Cliff Watch Camp. That's right, we couldn't see the description because we went right through it, but the description for this was, once the camp is set up, Iluga should be able to rest for a while. But of course, it was one solid stream of dialogue, so... Cool. Let's actually get the name card. And it's Pyramida, Lantern of Longest Night. See the can in its upwards pointing position and keep a Maki behind it. The blackest of nights, a lamp shall rise tonight for 1,000 nights beyond. About 1,001 nights. Can't see the Pillar of Emblem though. Oh well. And... I still like having Duelist as the one we've got on hand. What is... Oh, right, recipe. Got 8 those on hand. Use. But... You know, the time has come. Let's actually use those reliquaries. Barely any chests left here anyway. Cool. Yeah. All those are going straight in the trash, and probably these ones too. It's not especially good. It's mediocre at best. It's not bad, actually. Defense... I think that one has to go too up. Double crit feather! Double crit feather! HP and defense ain't great, but it's double crit. Okay, thank you. So, in that case... Let's finish this up. We talk to these friendly people. And oh, it started the oven. The cold food about how to eat the food. Wait, is that? I mean, probably, right? Yeah, it's just another mushroom phantasm. So we make a good one. Which is just take it out as soon as it lets you. Huh. If we burn it... If we burn it... Which will happen on its own. No, it's gotta be on top of this building, right? Maybe. Yep, it would automatically stop on its own, but it's charred anyway. Okay, yeah, it was just up top here. I will take a brief bathroom respite. And then I guess we'll... I mean, there's barely anything here. Anyway. Okay, PRP. Back. Okay. Well. White House is pretty now, I suppose. It's, he's up there now. Let's see. So Vlaikut was with Eluga before, actually. This verdant crest, and that was the one that reflected the beam to the evil eye and broke it open. Alright. We aren't getting that firefly. That's fine. You know, It is interesting that there isn't a way to permanently light these, which is more than a little similar to the various torches in Dragonspine, but... Okay... Put that there. Strongbox, maybe a couple more things. So one Stygian lets me complete. Yeah, and it's... We have barely stepped out of the camp, and we are already basically right in front of the evil eye. It's something. Okay. There's so many plants around, too. It doesn't even really matter that we can't permanently light it. I mean, we got here, we fought under the evil eye, and then it was just a couple verdant crests around. It's hardly even an area. Mandragora. Another one. Okay. Light each other up and just share it. But again, it... It's a chest... for lighting up the... I guess. Thanks. Don't think I did much. Okay. And a couple of Isalias around here. Whew. This one's already lit. Some rye crackers and bread. And this is where that one guy died. That's right. Okay. Pick those up and... It is literally just 2 more rocks and something leading to a single other chest. Okay. Again, at this point I am frankly begging for more difficulty. Okay. Again, to be fair, there was a decent amount here that I did during the quest. Okay, alright. I was not expecting that. Okay, and... Thank you. Ouch! Ouch. And... Slam. Yeah. And this is really just materials. That's fine. Gotta aim a bit more precisely and directly for that. Okay. Don't have any over And youch. We got closer. Got closer to here. We could probably hit them. The ones that got hit got completely vaporized. Okay. Cool. There were chests here before, but I did the fights. Oh, this way, because I did kind of expect them to have some level of... Come on. I expect the light keepers to go away after the quest was over, which they did not, to their credit. But in the end, it's nice to be getting more of these beaks, I suppose. Okay. And did that get you? Yep. Broke it. Had to kind of bet that it would break and bring them all together, and while that animation was playing. Okay. Let me see. Just goes back down to that. The area where the guy died. Okay. Okay. Not chests, but still some trash artifacts from the enemies, too. Gonna have to do some real strong boxing before I start the world quest. And since it is nighttime, she's also getting back a good amount of, just passive energy restoration, regeneration.
Yeah.
And this is the aberrant core of the deep shadow. And it's just over here. We've been here. Again, it is kind of a shame that there's no way to get the generic Lightkeeper weapons. Because they haven't added new 3-star weapons at all since the game started. And even though since Inazuma we've had plenty of properly sized weapons of that type carried by ally and enemy NPCs of various kinds. Again, not that they would serve much purpose, but it's flavor. Without sauce, you're sauceless. And it is, frankly, interesting that even though they are very, very specifically electro enemies, they don't deal... They're enemies that only deal electro damage and nothing else. They drop specifically generic particles, non-elemental particles. Or, omniparticles, undifferentiated elemental particles. Omni-elemental particles. I mean, most abyssal enemies not named Rift Hounds do that. Which makes it, frankly, even more interesting that despite having, all the Depths Lord enemies, all the Depths enemies are, frankly, Electro enemies. But they drop undifferentiated omniparticles. In retrospect, it's interesting that Rift Hounds drop their specific element particle, given that that precedent was broken with the Depths type enemies. At this point, we've only got the 2 examples, both of which handle it differently, to the point that you can't really say there's a pattern at all. Not really, no. So it is more a rock and a chest down there, and that's all.
Yeah.
And these areas will have been complete, at least in terms of what the compass sees, pretty perpetually. Already went up there and climbed, man, and we fought those ruin enemies. Okay. Cannot talk to any of you. It's got a standard silver sword. And this is all old, it's all Frostmoon style architecture, that's right. Specifically. Some of the bells here. The fights we did. Replenished that lantern, which we don't have that lantern anymore, do we? Basically stuck it in the Arrow of Tripicoraunus, didn't they? I think. Not seeing it.
Yeah.
Because we got the... There was the sword. The spiral blade, which was used as the ammo for the cannon. There was the lantern, which we got from Alia. But we never saw... There was no mirror. I wonder if that's just supposed to be... It's interesting that they have the same spawn animation as enemies. To be fair, there is the enemy variant. Okay. Other question, frankly, is... again, whether that's because the mirror is meant to be the moon mirrors that are in the Frostmoon Science Camp, which, honestly, I could see that being the case, or if it's being saved for, Hyperborea overworld map, and or maybe even the moon instance map. I mean, I would presume... Oh, You can throw those in midair. I would assume that the Lunar Palace is going to be an instance of that. It certainly would fit the case. Okay. And yep, that totally intercepts the single hit. Makes sense. Okay, and since we already took out your body, you couldn't create a deep dark shield because there was only one of you left. You don't do that anymore. That said, if you manage to kill one while it's in the shield spawn animation, it will spawn a shield entirely on its own. It just won't be all that useful to it. And there's nothing up here. And we cannot actually can't climb up here. Right? Yeah, it's unclimbable. The only way to get in is at least meant to be the moonway. Well, I imagine that from here we could get inside. Did try gliding in here before, and of course it just pushed, yeah. Before it was open, and of course it just pushed me out. It's the Path of Misery, which is not anything. It is a moonway. That when we were still Iluga during the world quest, we could shoot some beams during. That's it. This is another area that can only be teleported out of once you get down to the deepest portion. Still silly. Nursery of Nightmares is like that too, actually. Though it's honestly more interesting there, because with Nursery of Nightmares, again, the pseudo-Night Kingdom area, this right over here, which I have marked, is when you go into the tapestry, you teleport tapestries here, when you finish that all, it puts you in a finish each challenge puts you in a tower. Once you finish all 3, you can take an elevator to the top, and you can, there's an overlook across the area. All of that basically takes place in here, because it's, again, physical way to access the Night Kingdom. And from the Oshkan Arena in here, you can actually look in this direction and see, the map layer is not visible until you've done the Oshkan Outlaw quest, even though you can exit through the tapestries beforehand. You can see the little tower. But of course you can't cross through, you can't cross out. It's a hard barrier.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, because when you're in there as part of the tapestries, it's the trial of disembodiment. You're not meant to be physically there. So it wouldn't make sense for there to be crossover between a spiritual visit to the Night Kingdom and a physical visit to the Night Kingdom. Though, of course, I mean, if you clip through it, I imagine, you would be able to cross. But it's not intended behavior. And all those scabbards are gone, and we... Again, it would be really funny if adding Sneznai allowed us to cross here deeper. Because this isn't Abyss. It's all green now. It's a big cave. That is similar to the Land of Myriad Megaliths down here. This one was the little pocket dimension island in here, and the Wolfward arena that you can never actually revisit. Because when you go down the Golden Pathway here, during the quest, it sends you to a Wolfward arena, this big underground cave. Platform floating in one, well, above one, that is. Not floating, just atop of a pillar. And then it sends you to the island, but if you go through after, it just sends you to the island. It's nice that you can revisit it at least. Not since... Oh, the Primordial Sea and the Narcissus Droids questline, has there been a truly non-revisitable quest area? The Elenos Mindscape was one of those. But again, it's been a while now. Not since then, because with Not when it's all been revisible, and oh, and that has all become unlit. Just coming back. Annoying. Whatever. The map of Natlan and the Kukulkan Dragon Mech Arena. You know, that was a fun boss fight, even if it was gimmicky. You know, it was certainly better than the Secret Source Overseer, which is, you know, the head of the Dragon Mech, because it had 2 Secret Source Constructors as hands, and a Secret Source Configurator, well, Secret Source Configuration device, because the Overseer device is the head. The Secret Source Configuration device is called the Secret Source Constructor sometimes, but the Overseer device is only ever an Overseer device. It's interesting. I still call it the Overseer, though. The Overseer is at least a fun fight, because if you're not using Mavica or Kachina or Shionen, you can still get on top of the pillar using all sorts of other means, like a jump or a fly, with Shaska, Oron, Sitlali, Aoife, Kinich, or any other character, even non-Natlan, that can just get some height and get on top of it, but the Secret Source Overseer device, it really is just bring Skirk or Suffer. Unless you have, I don't know, a really high constellation with Thesly. And even then. Okay. There's nothing here. Should put a luxurious chest on top of this mountain ridge once they add Cisnaya. I think that'd be a really good idea. They did add a few more chests to the General Vorakasha Oasis, to, oh goodness, to Realm of Farakert. Realm of Fart. Over here when they added, and this is still, well, this would be the highest mountain in the game if not for the entire existence of Fontaine. I wonder whether we'll get a new tallest mountain with Snezhnaya. I could see that. You know, to really, really be the end-all be-all. But at the very same time, Fontaine being on a plateau makes it really, really tough to beat. Let's have you charge over there. What's this gonna be? That's good. Oh, it's an actual normal breakable rock for the first time in a while. You can break that, right? It's gonna count as blunt. It only deals half its health bar in blunt. Wow. It's kind of pathetic. Okay. And it's attracted and will re-energize. You can sit in here, and now this area is done. And that's everything. So now I can move on to Mondstadt without having to worry about missing anything. Is this Wolfpack hostile now? Let's see. Welcome back, Wolfpack. Yes! They're hostile now. You fought the Rift Hounds with us, and now we're fighting you. Okay. And get Lumied. Oh my goodness, they bravely ran away. Their meat is ours. Oh, that's right. If we kill their leader, then the rest run away. I'll come back later. Tomorrow or something, just to see what happens, if anything happens, if we actually do manage to kill them all without any escaping. That's so mean of me. I don't need to do that. Okay. It's cool, though. It's a fun little spot. I did actually climb up here manually. Saw this and I thought this might be the bunker entrance. Because it made sense for for it to be in Kipamaki. I did not think this was going to be the bunker. But then that was the bunker and this wasn't. So there you go.
Yeah.
Can't get any higher up here. It's greener than the map suggests. Why are you green? I'm green. It's okay. Well, in that case... we can... It's done now. Got that too as well. There's a dude over here. That's right. Alright then, let's... talk to the good people of the Pyramida Docks. There aren't that many to talk to. If anyone has any special dialogue with them, it's going to be Oluga. Most likely. You are generic Lightkeepers without dialogue. Great. And that's the guy who moves around. Kuzmik. It's probably Kuzmik. Right? Probably. Just a couple of merchants around. That's all, really. Okay. Lightkeeper. Oh, Lightkeeper and his little son-daughter. Elena. Okay, well, alright. More trash for me. Whew. Right. I wonder... 4 hours should be enough for that quest, right? Maybe. Elena, they say that many people have seen the Wild Hunt recently, but somehow I find that a little hard to believe. Seem to be rather concerned about the Wild Hunt. You're a Lightkeeper too. Well, of course not, sure I can tell from the clothes I'm wearing. I'm no Lightkeeper. I'm definitely not brave enough to fight monsters like they do. Just a regular merchant who occasionally moves goods for Pyramida and sources supplies the Lightkeepers might need, that sort of thing. So when I'm on the job, I ask about what they know about the Wild Hunt, so I know which routes to avoid and stay safe. I guess that's one perk I enjoy. And so many people have said that they've seen the Wild Hunt around, and many people believe they've seen the Wild Hunt. Well, it's more likely that what they actually saw was some kind of monster, and sometimes there's another explanation. For merchants like us, it's pretty common to lose or damage some of our goods whenever we travel from place to place. Then when the client asks about it, some people just reflexively blurt out the Wild Hunt as an excuse, but of course that's never actually true. But occasionally some of us do run into the Wild Hunt. When that happens, I notify Pyramida through our usual channels. And I really hope that only a few hoax have seen the Wild Hunt. Yeah, those things are crazy dangerous. If you ever come across them, just run. Nothing's more important than staying alive. Inga, Lightkeeper. And... no special dialogue there. Okay. You got anything special to say? No. How long more will I be stuck with these chores? How annoying. The Lightkeeper's in charge of managing the docks as well. It's a really important job, you know. Say they need to deal with endless details and tiny tasks, and this job is perfect for building the patience required of a Lightkeeper platoon leader. Man, why does it feel like I'm trapped in one of those stories where the main character has to endure brutal training before they finally make it? It's pretty clear I was sent here as punishment. Said I was too reckless during that last operation, that's why Lori got injured. You asked me, that was entirely his own fault, but never mind, I'll prove my worth the next time I'm in battle. Hope you have a great day, as if one could have a great day on a job like this. This is Ulyana. And that little rascal's out again. I hope you won't run into any danger. Oh, hey, what is it? Does she have anything special to say? No. Is something the matter? I'm just worried about my brother. He's the youngest of us and came here from Nashatown to become a Lightkeeper, but he really is quite the rascal. Pyramida isn't all that far from Nashatown, but he keeps saying he can't come home because he's too busy. I had to come all the way here to see him, only here he's out on a mission again. Maybe he'll be back soon. I'll make sure to pinch his cheeks real hard, then so I have all the things in the world he'd become a Lightkeeper. Okay. And what else you gotta say? He'll be alright, yeah, but it really doesn't feel good having to wait like this. Should have stopped him back when he said he wanted to join the Lightkeepers, but see, I figured he'd be back with his tail between his legs soon enough. Never expect him to stick with it through all these years, so what we can do except pray for him. Hopefully he'll be back safe and sound. And nothing started to bother you, alright. And the others over here. It does not really seem to be anything. Nothing in the area. More dock. Okay. Anyone north or on the bridge? Otherwise, it's just the merchant guy over there. That is what it seems to be. There were a couple people in the wheat fields. Okay. And yeah, it's just the wheat fields then. We made a few delicious mushroom phantasms for that one guy who'll give us some treasure. Here it is, Kuzmik. Business really is terrible these days. Maybe I should save up some money and try to rent a stall in Nashatown. Who are you? Each of his locations, Favonius Keep and the Research Institute. Interesting. Can get a decent amount of okay stuff. Okay. Interesting. Who are you? Am I a customer? Hello there, I'm Kuzmik, a traveling merchant from Stesnai, not wandering, traveling. So he's a wanderer, but he presents himself as a traveler. Sounds nicer. And oh, he's got a treasure hoarder bag, like Tolfin. Well, that's what I like to call myself. I'm just doing a bit of small business on my travels to earn some money for their journey. When I passed through Notland, the people there were just too enthusiastic. I got caught up in the moment, and now if I don't sell this merchandise, I won't even have enough money for a ticket back home. Going back to Snezhai, yes, once I sell this batch of goods, I'll buy a train ticket and head back train. Though it snows there all year round, everywhere was covered in ice and snow. You can only stay cooped up in the city every day. And you can only probably miss that. Typo, I guess. But after being away for so long, I'm starting to miss the days when I could sleep all day at home. And business looks pretty slow here, yeah, but if I want a proper stall in town, I'll have to borrow money from Northwood Bank. Heard the one in Nashatown doesn't have a very good reputation. Well, whatever, at least there's good foot traffic here. As long as people keep passing by, the goods will sell eventually, right? Sorry I have to go now. Hey, why are you leaving already? Won't you take a look? And got any good stuff? Just some trinkets I got from Notland. Feel free to take a look if anything interests you. 10 brilliant chrysanthemums. Flower with a shape like floating wings. Its petals swing in an unbelievably relaxed serene manner as they are caressed by the wind. Pretty sure only Shieldon uses these. Banapa berry and its Kachina and Setlawi. Bluish, juicy berries that grow in large amounts near the sides of the canopy. Their shape is similar to that of flame granites. And Saurian claw succulent, a succulent shaped like the paw of a great animal. And Kinich and Aoife use both of those. Both use those. And yeah, it is just Shieldon. That's all. Okay. Oh my, I can't believe they're all sold out. Looks like do have some business sense after all. Next, lost the line keepers got me through the Dreadshade Mire. After that, should be a straight shot to the north. Maybe I'll find some business opportunities on my way back. Well then, this is where we part until we meet again. Okay. So, let's poke around. Biramida. By the wheat fields, by the elevators. They're people. And of course, we can just pick up some rye from here. They grow it here. There are lots and lots of you. Andragora. I really do wish we could capture some. I do think it would be real nice if they introduced a sort of dedicated Lunar going forth slot for Yelan, Lama, Bina teams. And this, though to be fair, they tried to do that with Yahoda for Flynn's and it just did not work. As she's still, you know, about as good as a C0 level 70 Sucrose, even at, you know, only when she herself is C6. But using some kind of Mandragora pattern or Mandragora motif. So these things are just too cute. See if we can get enough for Nicole. Yeah, we're close. We'll be able to just grow a few at this point. So it really is just the moss now for Willem, which will get a lot more than the Temple of Space. Okay. And Mushroom Phantasm. Berryna. Nothing like good fresh bread to raise everyone's morale. Who does she have dialogue with? Fireside Merriment. Could put... Let's put Flynn's in the team. Goodbye. And safe travels, don't forget to eat well. Just onion, berry, mushroom bread. Again, I'm not so sure about the berry part. But mushroom onion bread sounds insanely good. Let's just see. About the new recipe, are you referring to Mushroom Phantasm? It's a big hit. Everyone loved it. They say it's been really long since they've tasted something so comforting. Even Mr. Marushka and Miss Gambietta looked a little more relaxed. At least I thought so. I was able to make it successfully thanks to your help. Thank you so much. Anyway, I've been thinking, what if I made a delicious jam from sweet Cinsettis and Fontaine's bubble oranges? And use this jam as a substitute for the mushroom filling. Would it taste even better? Maybe to you, but it'd be probably a bit too sweet in my opinion. Not that I'd really do it if I actually spent our more on bubble oranges of all things. Miss Gabietta would probably get so much you turn redder than a Sunsettia. Then you could put her in the filling. See, why do you become a lightkeeper? Well, it's a bit of a long story. I lost my parents when I was very young. The Wild Hunt killed them after they hid me away. Should have died there too, then maybe he's headless, but those monsters have a terrifyingly sharp sense of smell. Tried so hard to stay silent, but they still found me. That was Mr. Sigurd saved me. Mr. Sigurd was an exceptionally skilled lightkeeper. He's no longer with us either, though. Still fight him, though. Brought me back to Pyramida when I had nowhere else to go. Back then, Pyramida was nothing like the bustling place it is now. Barely a soul could be found within the walls of this fortress. Which is why I never actually went through the rigorous screening process implemented later. At the time, there was simply no one capable of working, so anyone who applied was accepted. Now that I think about it, I could maybe make a defense set for... No, because Ito isn't maximizing defense, he's maximizing Geo. I could try using Linnea for Stygian here. Could try that now. And I too hope to become someone like Mr. Sigurd, someone who can bring warmth to those around me. Can't fight like everyone else, but at least I hope I can help them smile a little more easily. Those who watch over the light and darkness, no matter how dark it gets, they can still smile when something good happens and find joy in a delicious meal. That's how I see it. She's basically the cook. Okay. Do you need any further help? Thank you for the concern. This place is safe now. I won't trouble you with harvesting wheat anymore. So I'm relieved to have someone as reliable as you around. Goodbye. Safe travels, and don't forget to eat well. There's no normal cook stove around. And he... The guy with the speech bubble over his head... It's Oskari and Janice again. Yeah. Talked to them already. Okay. Lantainen. Oh, nothing fuels me for patrol like a warm, delicious loaf of bread. What are you doing here? And... sense. And the train. Okay. What are you doing here? I'm getting supplies needed for patrol, but it looks like we're out of stock on my favorite, the Mushroom Phantasm. We have to just give him some Phantasm here. And it's a new bread Miss Barona came up with. Everyone loves it so much that there was never any left in stock. So I just think about not getting any Mushroom Phantasm drains all my motivation. I think I know how to make them. A couple things I gotta see. Really, that's awesome, my friend. If that's the case, could you make some Mushroom Phantasm for me? Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. And he shows up after. Well, can be only be spoken to after. Okay. And goodbye. So I just think about not getting Mushroom Phantasm drains all my motivation. The bread is done, and needs 3. Normal or better. Okay. It smells so good, just the warm, familiar aroma I know. And now that everything's ready, I can head out for patrol. Thanks, my friend. Got a chest for this. And okay. Let's try the moon gecko. And also, we can actually, with this update, they added the ability to, in the teapot, run a search to see what record discs you don't yet have. Which is pretty darn cool. Let me see if we have everything. And you bring this yummy bread on patrol is a good idea. I mean, how's anyone supposed to work with their stomach growling anyway? Don't worry, I'll still be keeping an eye out even as I munch. Thank you, Randy0932. I am clearing out the 6.3 areas. I got all the chests in them, so now it's just about chatting with the people at Pyramida, the Keep, and Cliffwatch Camp. How you doing? How you been? And should be some people around by the elevator. Saving up for anyone right now? Who have you been playing lately, if anyone? It's always that's the perennial question, right? Isn't it? Okay. And let's see. So this one, I'm doing okay. I'm a little bit tired. It's getting hotter, which makes it harder for me to sleep, actually. Makes me a little less sharp and all. It ain't pretty. Glad you're doing alright, though. Let's see real quick if there are any record discs we're missing. Yeah. It is what it is. I'm not great with high temperatures, or really summer in general. Winter was colder than usual this year, so I liked winter less. Really, I'm not great with particularly extreme temperatures in either direction for about... Oh goodness, that would have been... For about 3.5 years at this point. Really more 3 1/3, but... Somewhere in Wavy Bay. Waves curl over drifting sand. Oh, it's in Millhaven and Dornman. Got all of them except one in Wavy Bay. Oh, Ruins of Dari and Kemenu Temple. Interesting. Alright. These are unlockable. That's in Pyramida, so that's why we don't have it. These are ones that have not yet been released in an album, so they haven't yet been given names. So there's one in Pyramida. Other. Oh, and these are just in... Oh, Temple of Space, so they're all called Other. not one I drew myself, but yeah, it's not generic, in case you were wondering. Radiant Spin Crystal 155. Let's see. 155 is... Oh, Wavy Bay and... The resort, that's right. Why do you ask? If you're trying to sell anything, I'm not buying anything. Do not waste your time. You're just gonna piss us both off. Not to be too harsh. Okay. And... nothing there. Just the 2 on Sumeru and the 1 on the resort and the 1 on Pyramida. So it's 81 and 85. Oh my goodness, it's right by the houses. Yeah. Don't get yourself in trouble. That's all. If you want to watch, watch. But I got the impression you were here for business, not pleasure. So it's around here. If we just go to the east. Okay. There's a record disc. It was...
Yeah.
Ah, it was on this table. Okay. Did I even speak to you? I'm not even sure. So you tell me if you need anything. I'll see you get sword. You can tell like a whole source to close its mouth. How do you think it looks a little inelegant gawking like that? Sure, I'll get the little guy's mouth closed. Just give me a moment. Oh, no, I didn't talk to her. I didn't even know that could be done. Oh, interesting. So what if I were to... Interesting. Try to go through the area, which is... Well, without an awe should be painful. It's not blocking the tube. I don't imagine, but it does mean we're gonna end up hitting a dead end now, aren't we? Okay. That's fine. Goes underground now. Supposed to pop out of the mouth. I think it was this one. No, it's not. Here's the one that weeds out of the mouth, and it is so funny being here with anything other than an outline character. Okay. And... it might be the right one. Somebody did remember it being on the longer side. Yeah, okay. What if I clipped through and just fell out of the world? Yeah, it's the right spot, so we're gonna go here and hit a completely dead end. Hilarious. Okay. Thank you, When I was in high school, I did speech and debate. I would frankly say that talking is the only thing I can do. So will she be able to open it again? I imagine. Let us try that. Did everything here some months back. Yep. Rainbow beams operating. But it's already complete. We did everything for rainbow beams. We can't do anything more. Okay. Let's not run out of stamina. Thank you. Oh, it's you, and open... Call a source to open its mouth. Anything what's grumpy with its mouth closed. Get a little guy's mouth open, just give me a moment. Okay. I had no idea that was something you could even toggle. Wow. Okay. So... and the others, and it's really nice that they tell you where they are now. I've been around here a bit for mining and such, and I did not know there was a music disc here. Must be around this way. It's probably inside that little hut. Oh. Well, there you go. Oh, it is right on, exactly on top of it. That's hilarious. Okay. And the one in Kemenu is 85. Outside the mausoleum. Around this ways. America. That's all. Let me see. If you had to try to identify me solely by accent, I'm curious where you'd guess. Guess we'll take you down. Okay. And 3, 4, and... Yep, that's gone. Not that I need those. I mean, the time to really care about Sumeru weapons is long since passed. So it should be... I cannot believe I didn't notice that, because I've been here. Unless they added that one later, It was added in 3.1. I've touched this thing. How'd I miss this? Whatever. Whatever. Okay. Well, I guess it's time to go back to Pyramida. I'm not buying anything. You can can it with the flattery if you're trying to get me with buying. I'm not fucking buying anything. Don't waste your fucking time. Not to be crass. Don't waste your time. Ivani, Lightkeeper. Oh, and we took the cell from Sumeru. So I'm just doing the same thing day in and day out. When will be my turn to be called up to the battlefield? I'm also not interested in furry art. At all. When it will be turn to be called up to the battlefield, what are you doing? As you can see, I'm standing guard. Sergeant Major Marushkin told me to check the identities of the people coming and going, but I don't see the point. Are we really expecting the Wild Hunt to disguise themselves as regular people and waltz through the checkpoint or something? Okay. Wavani. Let's see who's around here. Seems somewhat dissatisfied as a Lightkeeper. Respect every decision made by Sergeant Major Marushkin. For a soldier, obedience is fundamental. It's just that I didn't go through all those selections and assessments just to be a watchman. Sergeant Major even said to me, stick around and pay attention to how the others fight. Heroic fantasies will only get you killed, but so what? And what a real hero looks like, someone like Sigurd, someone who fights to the death and becomes a legend that everyone admires. Not someone who stands here day after day watching the others return crowned in battle glory. This guy's gonna die. I'll leave you to your work. Go on, see you, Sai. Okay. And... let's go up here. It is very funny that just his bird is somewhat more important. And gets all sorts of funny World Quest only abilities. And I mean, to be fair, it deals a decent amount of damage. And it's... yeah, all of his damage dealt during rotation, scaling off of EM and defense. It's honestly not even particularly bad. And oh, we can... it doesn't stop here. Ah, that was a detail that I missed. This one only goes here. Let's remember to go down. I do want to just see real quick. How Linnea is going to work here, and if I optimize for damage, would I have any trouble healing? That's the question. Entangled Fangs, Enfangled Tangs. You. Okay. Cool. And it's Stvali Mavica. In the 4th slot, who? For a Chaska team. I guess I could be really, really funny and actually try building Healer Satoali with healing bonus circlet. I mean, I've done it before, and Proto Amber. Maybe, honestly. For now, we'll just do this. Oh, whatever. Ugh. Sure. And you, honestly, we'll see whether Neferwalma does it better or what. Honestly, the fact that Ino will be generating energy, and like Columbina doesn't, it's probably good. Okay. And let's try this real quick. See how it works or doesn't. And, okay. Okay. 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, nice, and let's go for 1. Alright, maybe, who knows. And we may be in a somewhat silly position here. And, yeah, that's actually exactly enough. Cool. 3, 4, and this is not a problem at all. Wow. Okay. 3, 4, and this disentanglement right now is, well, whatever. And get this going. Thank you. And 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Yeah, the 4 full defense on Winnie is definitely working well here. Oh, not a second cycle. You've got to be kidding me. Whatever. And yeah, you're just barely not able to hack it. Whatever. And you'll take some damage, and yep, you'll fall down and die. That did work. It did work. Huh. You know, that's fun. Let's try that on Dire. Real quick. And okay. We gotta exit. You know, we could honestly run this right now. No. Okay. Oh, and it kept our lineup. That's cool. Don't imagine this will work especially well, but it's not as if it deals more HP drain on Dire anyway. Okay. Anchor. That doesn't take any more. Yeah. Okay. Dodge that entirely. And 3, 4. Nice. Okay, cool. And take 2 Pina. And heal everyone. Nice. Got that resist down, and we still don't have enough food. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, this is deeply unforgiving. Okay. I mean, it's, generally speaking, it's just light, resilient too on top of things. Okay? I mean, if we didn't have the dribble defense, we probably would not have enough to fill back up, would we? Okay. Well, what are you gonna do? Come on. And gonna go with your Void Step Reverberation. Okay. 4, cool. Anchor. There, okay, cool. Nice. And if you're going to get back up, thank you. That's some trouble. Okay. Yeah, we just don't have the juice. That's sad. Really rough. Okay. Okay. And some of it was taking more hits than we needed to from. We did about 85% of his HP. But of course, if it's not 100, it's basically nothing. Yep. Dire remains out of reach. Dire is C1 R1. I'm C1, I'm C0 R1. Primarily for drip and convenience, so not really my wheelhouse. So who's down here? Anyone? Ivar, Lowry, and Radisla. Oh, it's their infirmary. It's not much though. Oh, and here is a music disc. That's why you actually exist. Okay. Ivar, and you're in a wheelchair. Maybe a minor injury, but you must treat it seriously. Don't avoid seeing a doctor just because it seems small. Ivar. Anything special to say, or... Ah, Aluga. Counting on you. You're making a mountain out of molehills. Molehill here? Absolutely not. It's vital that we, especially those of us soldiers who go on missions, stay in good physical condition. It seems like a minor ailment at first can turn into something life-threatening later on. That's why it's best to treat it as soon as possible. And Iluga looks like he has something to say. How have you been? I've been doing pretty well, thanks. How about you? How's the workload been? Is Roland giving you any trouble? It's all part of the job. I managed it just fine. Roland, though, he'd never cause trouble. If anything, he's the one looking out for me. Good, good. I suppose that's part of his job, too. I know you all work hard, but please don't ignore any minor injuries or sicknesses. You should take care of them right away. Yeah, you got it. You take care of yourself, too, Ivar. And thanks to the reminder, we'll have to go now. You take care of yourself. Lowry and Radosla. Limited resources should be used where they are needed most. Hello. But since you can walk, looks like you don't need any special attention from me. If there's nothing else, I'd like to get back to my patients now. Sorry if I took up so much of your time. I appreciate your understanding. You know, in a place like this, resources and energy are always in short supply, so sometimes we have to make harsh choices. Okay, I guess. And sorry to bother you. Bye. Pardon me, but you could stay and talk to me for a moment. I'm kind of scared. Sorry I don't have the time right now. That's right. Enough that you said that one thing to me. Thank you. Radosla. Sorry to bother you. Bye. Lowry. What is it? What do you need? I need fun. I just need someone to talk to me, really. Radosla keeps telling me I was lucky to escape death, but I can't shake off this cold feeling. One of the older Lightkeepers told me this a long time ago. That's how it happens. Your body gets colder and colder, and then you realize that no one's talking to you anymore. That's how people leave this world. Doesn't hurt at all, so don't be afraid. So I didn't find that reassuring at all. So the fact that you're talking to me means that I'm still here. I'm still here, and that's good enough. Thank you. Oddly grim, and he is the one who got hurt because of that one gal. Were you badly hurt? Well, it was a very dangerous off with monsters everywhere. It's a good thing we have pretty good doctors, and I have to say my wound still hurt a bit. My chest, my back. Didn't expect it to hurt this badly with someone to step up, and this time it was my turn. Used to be the one carrying it back behind all the guys, and always the first to turn and run when it was time to retreat. This time, at least, things were different. Almost kicked in exchange, though, but was just right. I'm an idiot who has no business on a battlefield. Rest well, sir. You're right, but I don't dare close my eyes just yet. Lowry and Radosla. That's Inga, the one who got him hurt. Hi, Radosla. And he has nothing really to say. Lowry also has nothing special to say. Okay, cool. Let's take this lift up from the infirmary. It's completely automatic. Alright. Let's Cute little place. See all this quasi-steampunk built on top of the previous keep. You can see originally it was just on top of the mountain, which raises the question of how they'd get to it. I'll have to climb and use the ladders. But look at the book. There are a few books on the table. Oluga's books. These all look like books that Oluga would read. It's a book I've read before, flip through. And oh, this is the compilation of past intel on Wild Hunt activity. I should include that last report in here too. Most folks believe the Wild Hunt appears out of nowhere, but thanks to our long-term observation records, we're finally starting to see some patterns. There are certain spots where the Wild Hunt is more likely to surface. Those are the spots we need to keep a closer eye on. This knowledge has come at considerable cost, so we must make sure that every single record is retained. It's kind of similar to Yahuda and Nefer's books and all. It's a book I've read before. Adventure in Arianrod. That's a fairy tale the old man got me when I was a kid. Am I too old for something like that now? We though, while playing Tabletop Troop with the others, have noticed that several parts of the game's plot are quite similar to that book's story, as it might be popular in other nations. Should reread when I have the time. Maybe it'll help me next time I play Tabletop Troop. Metagaming. And a culinary journey through Tibet. I may have read this several times already, but I discover something new each time. Cooking is not just about following recipes down to the letter. Was that mentioned somewhere else? Got the feeling that might have been mentioned in... Oh... the drink at brewing minigame in last patch's Mondstadt event. Homeward, he who caught the wind. Chatter, fun drinks. Is that... Lisa? Oh, they mentioned the Mondstadt Millennial Compendium of Desserts. It's not the same, though. Okay. Cooking is not just about following recipes down the letter. Cooking ingredients can taste different depending on their origin. The same dish can also turn out completely different when you change the ingredients. The book doesn't mention any ingredients we have here in Nograi, so I'll just have to experiment. And it's going to repeat, I imagine, because it's usually 3. Yeah, it's starting to randomly repeat. Okay. Oh, he's got letters. Check the mail. Seems to be stuffed full of mail. Oluga's mailbox. There's a letter Oluga needs to look at. Looks like there's a new letter. So this is his little house. Cool. Flip through. Oh, isn't this a letter for Flynn's? What's it doing here? I'll get it now. Can't believe you, old man. Nikita, even if you sent me, there's no way Flynn's would accept that puppy you're trying to give him. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I last dropped in on him. Should pick a route near Paha Isle next time I go on patrol. And you can interact with the big tombstone with the Lightkeeper Oath, but not the small ones on Paha. I also actually received an invitation to Miss Anu's engineering seminar. That happened because I drew everyone's attention while I skipped the last of that ridiculous excuse. It's referring to some of the anecdotes. What should I do now? Should I act like I never saw it? Maybe I can still put the letter back where it was. Never mind, it feels wrong to just act like I didn't see it. But of course it'd be a whole different story if I were to be called away in an urgent mission on that day. I should check the mailbox again. Looking for an excuse. And looks like there's a new letter. Looks like it's a letter from a child who wants to join the Lightkeepers. Like more and more people have been looking to join us. That's all thanks to everyone's hard work. Even the merchants in Nasha Town who normally don't care about the public interest are starting to see why we go to battle. Who knows, maybe it won't be long before we become strong enough to rid Nograi of the Wild Hunt threat. What an exciting thought. We should come back when you're older. Should start repeating now, I think. And... Yep, it's starting to repeat. That's cool. I know, Flynn's a random generic child. Seems to be... Oluga's mailbox seems to be stuffed full of mail. A few books on the table, Oluga's books. But only with Oluga himself can we get that little mini interaction. Okay. And Dragana. Oh, the Lightkeeper selection process is just too much. If only they'd count my sewing and mending abilities towards the assessment. Don't think sewing and Lightkeepers really belong in the same sentence, though. You think that Lightkeeper in charge of the Selection process must have thought the very same thing, but someone has to mend the Lightkeeper uniform as they got torn and damaged in battle. So there are definitely ways that can be useful in moments like that. And some people who sew like you must be really patient. Plus, you're saying that the patience needed for sewing and mending clothes is my real talent. That makes perfect sense. Why didn't I realize that sooner? As for my battle skills and all that, I'm lacking in that area now, sure, but as long as I stay determined and patient, that's the selection one day. Chiori managed to use sewing techniques in combat, even though that's old BS. Lightkeeper is both good at fighting and a patient sword. Look out, Pyramida, here I come. Okay. And... you know, there's so many different kinds of jobs out there, that's true, but I must become a Lightkeeper no matter what. To keep up, you see, my good friend is already a Lightkeeper. My brother is probably about to become one too. Though I don't really have any combat spells to speak of, like Dragana, that's no excuse, no, you can do it. Must become someone who's really good at both sewing and battle by the time the next selection comes around. And Oluga looks like he has something to say. Hey Dragana, you're here. I hope I didn't keep the two of you waiting too long. No, not all, but you look really busy. Are you taking good care of yourself? Yeah, don't worry, everything's fine on my end. Are you two here for the Lightkeeper's selections? How's that going? I think Pyview is close to being accepted. As for me, seriously, it's one thing to lose out to you, Oluga, but lose out to him as well? That would be truly embarrassing. Don't think like that, Dragana. You have talents in areas that neither Pyview nor I can ever match. You know, that does make me feel a lot better. I guess it means I just need to start preparing for the next selection. That's right, I'll be there to cheer you both on then. Well, if you're doing that, Pyview, I'll have to pass the selection no matter what. We wouldn't want you to show up for nothing. And I wish you success. Thank you. I'll do my best. Anything special there? Probably not. Dragana. Nothing we haven't seen, but there. Notably, their idle dialogue differs very slightly, too. My brother and Oluga both work so hard, if they counted housekeeping skills, I'd be absolutely fine, depending on whether Oluga's active or not, which is cool. This is all here. NPCs. And the infirmary. And Ivar. Change the two, cunning to take care of Roll and Captain Oluga. No matter how minor the wound, always take it seriously. Because again, that's the special Oluga dialogue. Okay. The plaza. And... okay. Gabieta. Oh, on here. Okay. A lot of people. This might kind of occupy it on its own, honestly. And then I suppose in that case, yeah. The camp and the keep, which won't take long, can be next time before we do the quest proper. Pyview. I really want to see the Lightkeeper's training grounds, but I can't possibly leave Dragana here on her own. The two of you are siblings. Well, my name is Pyview. This is my younger sister, Dragana, over there. Please don't worry, there's nothing to be concerned about. We're simply waiting here for our friend. Sounds like the two of you are really close. Of course, I mean, grew up side by side, but now he's already this Lightkeeper big shot. Now I am nowhere close. They're talking about Oluga. Come to think of it, he's always been incredibly thoughtful and responsible, even when we were kids. He's a fantastic person, plain and simple. Kind of guy you can't even bring yourself to envy. So if only we were a bit stronger, a bit more capable, we might not have had it so tough. You know, he hasn't come back even once this whole time. It'd be stressful to stand in the glare of a friend's brilliance. Oh, you're so right. It is stressful being his friend, but he's also one of the reasons I keep trying to become better. About the same age, but here I am still not a Lightkeeper. It's time for me to really pull my socks up. And... let me see the rest. So you're just going to keep waiting there? Yeah, that's alright. He must be really busy with his work now. We wouldn't want to get in his way. It's going to be for a short while anyway. He waited for us plenty when we were kids, so we'll call us square. And Oluga looks like he has something to say. Pyview, how have the two of you been? Oluga, how are you? Hot beat me with a punch with a greeting. We're doing well, thanks. But honestly, we're all thinking you permanent frontline fixture that you are. So I know I should come back to see you all more often, but don't worry, I'm doing well here too. And don't sweat it, Dragana. I will be here in Pyramid pretty often for the selections anyway, so I can come see you instead. How the selection's gone so far, I haven't quite made it yet, but I can feel it. I'm really close now. Pretty sure I'll nail it on the next try. As for Dragana, you should definitely ask her yourself. There's no rush to relax. The bar set so high here because the work the Lightkeepers do is truly dangerous. I get it, just you wait one day, I'm going to be a warrior just like you, and that's the spirit. Well, then I'll be waiting for you two right here. And sorry to disturb you. Goodbye. Please go ahead. I have to wait for here for Dragon. Still have no idea how much longer that's going to take. She is right over there, so, well, whatever. Yep, by Illuga's house. Illuga, one day I'm going to be a warrior just like you. I really want to see the training grounds. Can't leave Dragana here on her own. Depending on our active character in the party. And got a little lighthouse. Yeah. This is mounted on... This is incredibly precarious. Oh, no, but... Oh, there's a levitation device. That's how that's working. Okay, whatever. Well... Talk to the other dudes in town. You can get a little faster by zooming around as Bina. Okay. It's Gavieta, the squad leader. Girl power and such. Okay. This is Visibor. Or is it Wizibor? I don't know Polish. How are you here for long-range observation 2? Oh! TCG. Not now. Long-range observation, that's right, just like what I'm doing now. You find a high vantage point, hide yourself, mark the enemy's position, and hold your breath. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Am I not? So I used to be really good at this, you know. Talking about taking shots at your target from the vantage point. Hi, yes, I guessed it, but not the shooter I used to be after the wild hunt injured my eye. And in my career as a sniper to boot. Took an arrow to the knee. It's a real pity. Think so too, and not to brag, but I've taken out so many wild hunt BCs you could pile them up into a hill. Shame though, I won't be giving my teammates that sort of support ever again. We're all a tenacious bunch, the Alliance keepers. Even without me, the others will keep this place safe, so don't you worry. Sad. And I have something to take care of. I'll be going out. Alright, see you. You know, why not? We're right here. Nemesis of the Dark Calamity. No. Oh, and he's got just... the Black Serpent Knight. That's interesting. I guess that's sort of an Oluga stand-in, maybe? Who knows? Nothing else to say. He says, all quiet. Maybe dull, but dull's good. Okay. And anyone up here? It does not seem to be the case. Seems to be an engineering book there, maybe. Gavieta. Some of the rookies we've gotten lately are really undisciplined. We really need to straighten them out. Should cut the rookies some slack. Absolutely not. In a job like this, where we're constantly surrounded by danger, what each person does affects the survival of everyone. Even the rookies need to understand that. The Wild Hunt won't spare you just because you're a rookie. A single moment of complacency can lead to consequences you can't undo later. Like losing a limb. Maybe. Disappointers are last line of defense at times like that. Do you really have to be so vigilant with logistics work too? Of course, while logistics work may appear to be happening only far from the front lines, every single supply run is crucial to the battle's outcome. These supply runs are critical not just for the lives of our soldiers, but for the people they're protecting as well. It's all in our hands, really. That's why I can't allow even the smallest mistake. And your dedication and professionalism are truly admirable. Oh, come on now, these are all basic qualities that any Lightkeeper should have. What does Oluga have to say to her? Oluga looks like he has something to say. How's work with the logistics squad? Trading in Ms. Gavieta? You didn't worry, Oluga. Everything's going smoothly. Just let me know if the outpost needs anything. I didn't think you were sent here to the logistics squad, so you could take it a bit easier than what would do if I were to take it easy. Those newcomers are really going to turn this place upside down. Sitting back and relaxing sounds absolutely dreadful, so whatever that old man was thinking, you can drop it right now. And I'll be going now. Don't get careless now. And her idol depends on whether it's Oluga. Oluga, if the northern outpost requires any supplies, just let me know. A recent batch of the recruits could use some more discipline. Okay. Gonna say anything? Guess not. Okay. And that should be everything. Z-Man. Should have everything with me, but no harm checking again, right? Sword, a lamp, and going somewhere. Yes, it's crucial to be prepared for battle. We can't afford to forget anything. On the battlefield, when you need something, whether it's a weapon, supplies, bandages, or potions, it must be within immediate reach. Hit it when you could have done something, but end up failing because you weren't prepared. I don't ever want to go through that again. Do you think that's a bit much to take with you? Of course not. Internally, of guidelines for you to keep the overly cautious folks from stuffing their pockets with things they don't need. That said, while I always stick to the guidelines, do tend to bring just a little extra when I can. After all, you never know when something might come in handy. And wish you the best in your outing. Here's hoping. And nothing really. That should be everything, but let me check one more time. Wish there was a way to just manually trigger those idols, but what are you gonna do? And it... Oh, there's a bulletin board. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Yapatron 3000. Well, there you go. Lightkeeper notice. Welcome to the Lightkeeper Garrison City of Pyramida. This public board has been installed to facilitate communication in the city. Any information related to Pyramida and the Lightkeepers may be posted here. Continue reading. We are pleased to announce that thanks to the tireless efforts of the Nightmare Orioles and Oluga's squad, the monster that was sealed by the Torchforger at Kubmaki Cliff has been completely defeated. Braved every danger, pressed on through the storm, carved a path to victory from the depths of despair. However, even as we mark this victory, let us not forget those who are no longer with us. They have fulfilled the vow we all once made with their blood. Shall part the snow curtain in the sky and blast the winter winds across the wasteland. The winds awaken, the leaves roll round. And notice from a traveling merchant, destiny is woven like a tapestry. On myself I determined it. With the night wind, the currents as my guides. Master of the night wind, I finally set foot upon the snowy plain. I'm Kofitz. Yeah, he is from Nightwind. A supplicant from Meekdawn, Master of Nightwind. Come to this land, God, the warriors of Niflheim, Nodcry. Niflheim, that's the icy Norse underworld. Just the light of the Nodcry warriors dispels the dark night. The horn shrooms I brought with me this time possess an equal efficacy. This miracle that has passed down in Meekdawn for 1,000 years is also a glimmer of hope that shines within the darkness. You wish to receive the Wyob's guidance. You're welcome to follow the Nightwind and join us by buying my mushrooms. The Wild Hunt Scourge, Lightkeeper knows, has recently impacted patrol routes near Afterglow Cavern to the south. All personnel are reminded to remain vigilant while on duty. Please take note that the merchants formerly utilizing this route have altered their travel arrangements. Therefore, we do not expect supply deliveries to be significantly affected. And to the south, but that's north of here unless, again, the map is flipped. Or they mean south of it because of the Abyss enemy in the mire. Lightkeeper Mess Hall notice. Dear everyone, we have new dishes available in the Mess Hall. Thanks to some truly generous friends, our new recipes are now ready to be served. Enjoy. This time we have mushroom-flavored bread. Oh, the mushroom phantasm. It's sweet, it's got a nice crispy crust, so be sure to come and have a taste. Due to recent signs of large-scale encroachment by the Wild Hunt around Dredge Mire, all Lightkeepers are advised to exercise heightened caution while discharging their duties. Avoid entering high-risk areas unless specifically required. Remain alert at all times for safety is our highest priority. Here's from Herta's workshop. Herta. Wrong Herta. Just received a new batch of high-quality metal materials, courtesy of the Voynant Guild. If you're looking to commission a new weapon, now is the perfect time. Please remember to make an appointment before you visit me. I need a sword. Just ship my old one. Just think about getting a new one. I didn't mean make an appointment here on the notice board. Individuals interested in becoming a Lightkeeper advised to consult former Sergeant Major Leo Bertzi regarding selection-related matters. Be advised the title of Lightkeeper is neither about glory nor prestige nor a source of fame or fortune. Your Lightkeepers, our sole possession is the blotting north wind that blows over the wasteland. Should he still choose to be the flame of hope for the living, you are welcome to join our cause. May our lamps never fade, and may the light of early morn ever endure. Alyosha Dmitriev, member of the Snowfield Falcons investigation squad, was found to be intoxicated while on sentry duty. While no personnel or supply losses occurred as a result, this nevertheless constitutes a case of serious misconduct. Dmitrievich is hereby suspended from all Lightkeeper duties with immediate effect. She'll also be reassigned to assist squad leader Inga Birkendahl with logistical tasks, and she is the one who was also sent over to the dock because she got someone injured. All squads are urged to regard this incident as a warning and refrain from excessive drinking. For sale, a greatsword, but at a low price, well maintained and virtually new, guaranteed to last for 10 years or more. Contact Inga for more details, because she is Oh, at the docks now. That's right. Don't believe what she says. There's no way that sword can be used for another decade. In fact, it looks more like something my Uncle Sigurd might have used and thrown out a decade ago. Well, what would I ever do to you while you're doing this? Because that's what got him injured. That's right. A grudge! A grudge has been held. Oh no, she's not the injured one. She's just honest. This is the other guy. And we not guarantee the veracity of content posted by individuals on this board, and all information must be verified independently. Please report any fraudulent posts made with former Sergeant Major Leah Barrettsy. This notice is posted to serve both as a warning and a record of a prior incident in which a new Lightkeeper recruit was deceived by a woman from Sumeru. Oh, it's Hidimbi, posing as a ritual officiant of the Frostmoon Scions. Its deception resulted in the leakage of supply intelligence. Reminder, do not enter dangerous areas unless you are on official duty. Effective immediately, the Snowfield Falcons investigation squad will replace the Wild Night Owls in conducting patrol duties around Pyramida. That's the guy who got drunk. Ingir Berkendal, squad leader of the Wild Night Owls, is hereby temporarily suspended from all duties. Any further measures taken will be announced as appropriate. Because she got a guy injured. That's right, that's right. Okay. And the recent... a lot of stuff. Recent surge in wildland incidents has led to an increasing number of wounded among our ranks. This has in turn caused a serious shortage of medical supplies, such as bandages. Sergeant Major Gabiet is contacted the Chief's Logistics Went Guild for assistance. We hope to receive a supply shipment soon. In the interim, our medical staff urge all Lightkeepers to prioritize their personal safety and exercise utmost caution while discharging their duties. And, okay, so that started to repeat. See if there's anything else here that might have shown up due to something. Okay. The bulletin board. Then special. Keeper Orioles. And, okay. Inga. Okay, that's all. The wiki does have this link to Hidimbi, which is great. It's kind of a shame that she hasn't come back in any sense, because she does have her finger in every pie. Hear a nod cry. Okay. More or less. Here she is, and Marushkin, Sergeant Major, that guy. The more effort you put in now, better chances of victory will be down the road. What are we doing here? As you can see, I'm preparing for future battles. It's unlikely I'll be joining them on the battlefield anytime soon, no thanks to my old injuries, but the least I can do is pass on my battlefield experience to others, and barring your experience is also an important part of the job. That's all I can do at this point. The real battlefield is thousands of times tougher than any training ground. Got to get every bit of preparation done right now. When that day finally comes, I hope they can all take the field certain they will win. And it looks like his son the same must be tired from conducting the training, Sergeant Major. That was nothing compared to the work you fellows have to do, but you, Oguga, always remember that resting when necessary is just as much a soldier's duty. Know that you two don't work yourself too hard either. That was short, okay. Shan't disturb you any longer, sorry I can't walk you out. That was kind of rude, actually. Wild. And Sergeant Major, and depending on who we have, train hard while you can. The more you bleed in training, less you bleed in battle. Resting is important too. Everyone, even Lightkeepers, need to rest every now and then. Yeah, I just don't have a way of manually triggering that, and it's Zanana. Wait, this isn't Nasha Town, but this is where the map's set to go. Oh, she plays cards too. Fun. Oh, it's a freeze deck. A Skork. You're in Pyramida? Oh, Pyramida, I know that name, so I've been getting lost left and right ever since I came to Nodcry. Made it to Nodcry this time, didn't I? That's an improvement at least. And good news, there seems to be no shortage of things here that can serve as my research topics. Since we're already here, might as well stick around for a while and stock up supplies before I head over to Nasha Town. And you're a researcher at the Academia? Yes, I'm a researcher from the Darshan. They call me Speedwalker Zanana. Probably just say it to tease me, but not gonna lie, kind of like that nickname. Of course, being a researcher means I have to get out and broaden my horizons. I decided to visit Nasha Town this time because I heard there are all kinds of new and interesting mechanisms there. Well, I got lost and ended up here instead, and she's got the... Oh, she does not have an icon. Think... This might be it, but normally they've got it on their hat. I don't think this is it. Should have a gray icon on her hat, but oh well. Just like my mentor said, Zanana, make sure you know which way you're going before you set out next time. Leave you to it then. Okay, I should get back to my map. Okay. And... Sonata... where am I? Huh, this isn't Nashita. And... So we can check this using Ogre Flynn's Torchforger statue that stands in pyramid appears to be highly revered by the Lightkeepers. It's Solivate the Torchforger. Towering statue that stands beneath the vast skies, watching over the land of Notcry. Said and modeled after the Lightkeeper's founding, Master Lightkeeper Starshina Solivate the Torchforger has clearly endured the ravages of time under the statue's watchful gaze. Generation after generation of Lightkeepers have upheld the time-honored oath, dedicating their blood and tears to the group's founding purpose. Shall part the snow curtain in the sky and blast the winter winds across the wasteland. We are the Lightkeepers who shine the eternal light of hope into the endless snow-swept plains. Perhaps so long as the light does not extinguish, the Lightkeeper's founding purpose will endure until the end of the long night. Cool. And with Flynn's... Towering statue, and okay, it actually isn't any different. Winds are awake and the leaves roll around, except Flynn's gets to do his little bit of dialogue if he... Okay. What a lucky guy. This is Molusha. Oof, mission complete. Now it's time for the platoon report. You know, I don't think I've ever seen your unit around. Of course, that's because I'm the only one left in it. Sorry, I didn't know. Don't look at me like that. It's not like those idiots are dead or anything. Old man Nikita is Captain Inga doing menial chores, and that was punishment for being reckless in command earlier. Others were sent home on leave for emotional distress, that's all. But Lori, that idiot, he had to play the hero and get himself seriously hurt. Just I told him that you shouldn't try to save me no matter what happened. Was this a three-man squad then? We just had to act tough. Aren't you home on leave then? There's no need for me to. If I go back to Nashitown, I'll just be hearing that old fool go on and on. And how I shouldn't have joined the Lightkeepers or followed in their footsteps. Hell, it was he and Uncle Sigurd who saved me back then. It was he, Shisha, and the Rotnik. Lightkeeper who adopted me, taught me how to fight, and now he's also the one who won't stop nagging me. Oh, and he's the one down by the docks who hates Yahuda. Never mind, he might be terrified of the wild hunt, but not me. He was an old friend of Sigurd's, that's right. Mention if you do the intel with Nefer or Yahuda, if you talk to him with Yahuda, he gets angry because she's a bandit, or was. Might have turned his back on the hero he once was, but won't bring further dishonor to his name. Besides, it's probably better if I act on my own, won't have to deal with military orders or worry about my teammates' safety. I can focus and get rid of those blasted monsters. She's not armed right now. Okay. Take care, I will, and you take care of yourself too. I'm Alusha. And she... Her dialogue. Resting is important too, he says. No need to check, we already cleared them out. Should be everything, and him, Liubertsi. No matter the mission, we must ensure that we're fully prepared before setting out. You are. I'm a rank and file Lightkeeper in charge of menial task and admin work. You can also say I'm the one who handles visitors around here. Please let me know if there's any danger you'd like us Lightkeepers to handle for you. Arrange for someone to take care of it. What a nice guy. Do you need a hand with anything? Oh, thanks for offering. However, I won't need your help, as all I have are minor routine tasks to make sure nothing goes wrong at my station. If you really would like to help, let me think. Maybe you can head over to Oluka's. You know, the leader of the investigation squad, the Nightmare Orioles. Young people are always in such a hurry to take responsibility for it and manage everything themselves. Little do they know that over time, so I'm just rambling now, and anyway, you should head over there. They probably could use a helping hand or two. And we did help them out. There we go. And goodbye. No matter where you are, always remember that safety comes first. Liubertsi is idle. Be fully prepared. No matter the mission, make sure absolutely sure you're fully prepared before heading out. Okay. And let me see. And it's her, the blacksmith. The other Herta. And down around here, there's an actual cook stove, but no one more to talk to, it seems. Okay. Patolishev and Herta Should be a merchant around. So they say. You. Now let's check the third batch of supplies, and while we're at it, let's also take a quick count of the medical supplies and ammo we have on hand. But we haven't forgotten anything. Don't worry, I'm also keeping track for you. Sorry about that, just that every time I get busy, start talking to myself without even realizing it. After all, any slip up in the pre-op prep can cause the plan to fall apart entirely. No intention of dropping the ball. Let me see what dear how they mix up the call for weapon quality with the one for weight. No wonder the numbers don't match up, but now I have to start with the inventory list all over again. Should be fun as long as nothing's missing from the inventory, right? We know it's key that we get the numbers right too, having to check every report again and again. Precisely because nobody takes number keeping seriously. That's a problem we can't avoid since there are so few lightkeepers capable of handling paperwork. They need Microsoft Excel. And... Yep. Keeper Berea probably over there, and probably something else doesn't I am. Okay. And so I've been forced to check on site, that's right, but who knows how many errors like this are still lurking in these reports. No point rushing things either way, I'll go through all these forms first, then I'll head to the warehouse. And Oluka looks like he has something to say. Patolisha, what's the status of supplies going to Cliffwatch Camp? To Captain Oluka, we've had a couple of minor issues, but the first 2 batches of supplies are ready and can be sent out at any time. Good judging by the look on your face with the numbers and the reports of the inventory list off again. I'll deal with the usual, you know how it is, once numbers are involved, everyone can't help but mess things up a little. I appreciate all your effort, I'll also make sure I pay closer attention to the numbers in the reports I submit going forward. Oh, please don't say that, I should be thanking you instead. Frankly, I've never really had to worry about the numbers for any strongholds you are responsible for. Only everyone else took paperwork as seriously as you do, while my workload would be halved. Glaze. Okay. Leave you to it then. Okay, hold on. Where was I just now? What's he got to say? Patolishev. I should differ with Aluga, maybe. Right? Preparations are complete. All the supplies are ready, Captain Aluga can depart at any time. And if we change this to someone else, slightly different idle dialogue. If we wait a little bit, we can not have to just show the wiki. Okay. Come on. Say something, will you? The next task that I need to check the third batch of supplies and then the armory. Okay. So it's her time. What do you need made? I do custom orders too. Is there anything of note nearby? I'm around here. The only thing you keep an eye out for is the wild hunt. Even when it's brightly lit, you have to watch out for monsters at all times. And I'm just looking around. Sure, take your time. Have a look around. If something catches your eye, try it out and see if it suits you. Weapons are comrade and arms, so pick with care. It's not uncommon to find that while a weapon may be fine in itself, it just isn't the right fit for you. Just think like a good comrade, a good weapon will be your lifeline when you need it most, so you have a point. So take your time to look around. Oh, right, if you need something a little more special, you can custom make weapons too. Thank you. And I don't need anything at the moment. See you. Bye. And she. Herta, the blacksmith. Let's see. Need a custom job. What do you need made? Nani o sukurimashou ka? What should I make? I do custom orders too, and I'm around here. Let me think. I seem to recall the investigation squad saying they found a new magical crystal or random crystal deposit. Not on patrol. I read of mark the location on the map, but be careful while you're out there. Okay. If she'd had anything to see and show, that's right. And traveling merchant and Nikita. That's right. Where's the merchant guy? Is he up here? Does not seem to be the case. And in here it's just Nikita. This bulletin board doesn't do anything. Lightkeeper's long table. This looks like a long table used by the Lightkeepers during their banquets. I've already gotten this, but let's just check it again. Why not? Big guy. Okay. When I was young, I used to think Pyramid was never more alive than during the banquets at the Great Mead Hall. Wasn't a Lightkeeper then, just helping out with everyone else in the kitchen, the real pure. He was a cook, that's right. As we spoke to him about during the end to his meeting point quest, the real appeal of the banquet to me was getting food we didn't usually get to eat otherwise. That's why I could never understand back then why the older members of the table would always burst into tears after a few drinks. It wasn't until I became a lightkeeper myself that I started weeping harder than anyone else. Comrade sacrifices pave the way for us, and only by eating our fill can we find the strength to carry on. So I suppose is the true meaning of these banquets. Our bones and blood we shall use as fuel shall make life greater than death. They like quoting different parts of the oath, huh? This grand mead hall is located at the very top level of Pyramid. It is here that banquets are often held following hard-won victories. It's both a celebration of the triumph of the lights of not quite over the long night, and remembrance for comrades who shall no longer greet the dawn with us. While the banquet's general form can be traced back to the Sazan court of old, the passage of time has long since transformed its substance beyond recognition. The only thing that has remained unchanged is the custom of offering the first floor of the feast to the dearly departed. Life is short and fleeting, and only death is eternal. Youch. He should say that winds awaken, the leaves roll round, right? Weird. Okay. I don't know why it didn't happen that time. The winds awaken, the leaves roll round. He doesn't like talking about the one about dying in blood. Maybe it's because he doesn't have blood. Lightkeeper must always stay alert for any unusual movements. Well, I guess he doesn't have special dialogue for characters, huh? The Lightkeepers were established to safeguard the freedom and peace of Nodcry. It was 500 years ago that the Torchforger brought the first of the group together, when this was still a building and a keep of stone rather than metal. It said there were moments over the years when it seemed we might fade into history. Our troop strength has in turn been rebuilt time and time again. No matter what, as long as the light that symbolizes our will is not extinguished, it shall be reborn in flame anew. And about Pyramida. Pyramida is where we Lightkeepers are headquartered. Legend holds that it was founded by our first Master Lightkeeper, Starshina, Solveig the Torchforger. That would be Sylvain, according to Relia, the first Reed Miller, the nickname. And before that, this was once the palace of the Fey Governor of Notcry. Oh, that's where that coat of arms is from. In fact, you can still see the coat of arms from that era on the stone walls of the foundations. Oh, so it wasn't the original Lightkeeper Keep, but interesting. It was rebuilt with metal over time and expanded, but this is originally... Oh, so this long table was probably not originally metal, not warmed up like this, but originally a Fey table, says Nine Banquet. If the stories are true, who knows, you might even uncover the Fey Governor's buried treasure. But of course, that was already taken, and yeah. I'd have never guessed that you were the Master Lightkeeper. Why, you're expecting an agile, fearless warrior instead of an old man like me. The Master Lightkeeper came before me, would have lived up to your expectations far better and would swap by his side, and that's Sigurd. But we can fight him. I do not possess the strength he had. He does not have a vision, as Sigurd did. The Lightkeepers also no longer what they once were, which is why we must exercise extra caution in everything we do. And goodbye. I shan't walk you out. Let us meet again. It's oddly rude. Okay. What do you have to say? Stay alert. A Lightkeeper must always stay alert for any unusual movements, he said. Spoken to everyone else here, so where is Kofitse? It's on the south, okay. So that'll be the last of it, and I guess to fit in with all this Lightkeeper stuff, we can fight Sigurd, sure. Oh, he was here. Yep, traveling merchant Kofitse. Don't underestimate the power of these horn shrooms, Outlander, just as your lamps can dispel the darkness. The pigment you get from grinding these shrooms can help ward off the dark calamity. For spirit speaking, let me see what you got, sir. I may not be a merchant. Heard your name carried on the night wind, R. Tumini. Oh, okay. Recognizing us as a traveler. If you wish to barter, please come forward. It's not bartering if we're using money. Tracholite and horn shrooms, we don't need those. Sells more horn shrooms than Tracholite. I guess it fits in as a Nightwind guy, but... And you are on Kofitse of Masters of the Nightwind, Mictlan, walked as a supplicant of the wild, as they have sent me to show the Outlander warriors of... And why are they calling it Niflheim? Because that's... Well, it's sort of half Nephilim, half Niflheim, a biblical term and a Norse one. Interesting. But that's not African or... or Latin American at all. In the way? How are they getting that one? Maybe unified Civ connections through their spirits baking? Whatever. The guard named Bovani referred to me as a traveling merchant and ordered me to conduct my business here. Surely words of wisdom can be spoken to the foolish. No matter. The Night Wind will eventually make them know the secret truths I impart, the truths revealed by the wild in ages past. And it is interesting that how coffee is coffee native to... Coffee is native to Ethiopia. But it's been grown in other places. It started out in this game in Sumeru. Well, not started out, but first place we could buy it was Sumeru because of their history there. Right. No matter, the Night Wind will eventually make them know the secret truths I impart, the truths revealed by the wild in ages past. About your goods, these aren't goods, and neither am a merchant are too many. To mine, these wondrous horn trims are 1,000-year relics from the Master of the Night Wind. Our ancestors learned the art of grinding them from the mistress of the hidden weave. Do they mean Yohal Tekatin? Secret that's been passed down alongside countless other sacred rites. So when we follow the past steps to grind the herb, and you'll obtain a faint glow akin to that of Phlogiston, from graffiti markings that can hold back the tides of darkness. I think it takes more than that. Just as the people of Nodcry drive back the darkness with their lamps, we too wield our glimmer. To resist the black tide, there is no distinction between our two peoples. Goodbye, the night will bring us together again one day, our Tamai. And will he call us that if we haven't yet done quests, or... The wiki does not say so. Gonna say something? Glowing horn trims, don't underestimate these fungi. The secret art passed down by the masters of the Night Wind for millennia. Okay, well... Didn't really mean to do that, but that's what you get for being a fraudster. So let's... The only thing that Flynn's had there uniquely was the banquet table. And really that was more about him being a fae than about him being a lightkeeper. Because again, he is kind of a fake lightkeeper to begin with. Okay, let's fight Sigurd. Ah. Okay. That'll be the end of it today. We can go to Favonius Keep and the Cliff Watch Camp. That'll take us half an hour, maybe max. Then we'll do the Temple of Space quest. However long that takes. We'll see. There are only 2 other short world quests in Dornman's area otherwise, so it shouldn't be too bad. Let's kill this guy. Okay. Hello. And... Cool. And hold. Okay. Thanks. And... Yep, you can eye frame that. Thank you. Does mean the energy is in not exactly the position we want to be in, but that's okay. Cool. And absorb on there. Cool. And alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're right there. So, we miss again. Okay, alright. Thanks, and it's over. His light fell. Okay. Well, in that case, we got what we wanted and needed to get done. Which was just clearing out the remaining eensy-weensy bit of exploration in the current Nodcry areas. I do need to remember, gets a lot of energy from that. I like that. Tolfin over here is some dialogue that's changed since we did Nightingale's Song. It's been added to, which is why I delayed talking when I went through Nasha Town. And again, it's Favonius Keep, Cliffwatch Camp. And no more statues from Nicole. That is still so lame. Still so completely lame. Well, cool. Guess I'll park my rear here so I can... Nah, it's fine. I can do more Stygian on my own time. Ah. It's 12 in there. Liliki has her dialogue. Winea does not seem to have special dialogue for the Speranza people, just the quests. Then, of course, you got... Oh, goodness me. Sugar Sculpture Girl over there. Whatever her name is, but yeah, that's all. Sayonara again. That will be it for the day.